Good morning. Sorry, we're starting this meeting a little late. Some technical difficulties and some heavy traffic coming from North County. But I'll call to order this October 4th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in Santa Barbara County, in the Santa Barbara hearing room. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Lavanino. Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Hart.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
And Chair Hartman.
Here. Please join me in the pledge. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our next item of business is approval of the September 20th, 22 meeting minutes. May I have a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor of approval of the minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes are adopted. CEO Miyasato, do we have a report from you today?
We do. Good morning, Chair Hartman and board members. A couple of announcements. One is just a recognition of our Public Works Department. The Central Coast chapter of the American Public Works Association recognized 2 of Public Works projects recently. For the structures between 2 million and 5 million, the Flood Control District received an award for the Lower Mission Creek Reach 2B and 3 project. And as we know, this project was a joint effort between the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Flood Control, and the City of Santa Barbara that widened the creek near Highway 101 and the train station. In addition, they received recognition for disaster emergency repair projects between 10 million and 15 million, and this was an award for the Randall Road Debris Basin. As you know, this recently completed project along Highway 192 is the largest debris basin in Montecito. In addition, former Flood Control Engineer Manager John Fry was recognized and received the Professional of the Year award. So this is just a shout out and congratulations to our Public Works Department and particularly to our Flood Control Division. Also, I'm pleased to be able to introduce to the board this morning Chris Shergwin, the county's new Chief Information Officer. Chris, would you come up? Chris will be leading and spearheading our technology efforts. Chris was formerly the CEO of Landspeed, a leading IT services firm headquartered in Santa Barbara County, and he has over 2 decades of executive IT leadership and strategic consulting experience in local government along the Central Coast. In his new role, he will be responsible for leading and overseeing the vision, strategy, and operations of the soon-to-be formed Information Technology Department. He will be involved in the analysis, assessment, and implementation approach for transitioning to a standalone IT department, which, as you know, is now a division of General Services. So welcome, Chris, and I also want to take the time to thank Jeanette Pell, who oversees our General Services Department. She's been helping Chris in this transition. So good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
Good morning and welcome. We're so glad you're here.
Thank you. Just want to say something really quick. Good morning, Chair Hartman and board members. I've been a longtime resident of Santa Barbara County and have been in the technology services sector for almost 30 years. I've been here for a month now with the county, and I'm spending my time meeting different departments and just assessing the current IT landscape. I'm looking forward to elevating IT within the county to continue to improve the services we deliver. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes my report, Chair.
Thank you. Madam Clerk. Any announcements?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I do have a couple quick announcements this morning. We posted an addendum to today's agenda on Friday, September 30th, amending the closed session agenda. The closed session agenda was amended to include an additional closed session item under Conference with Labor Negotiators, Subdivision A of Government Code Section 54957.6. Employee Organization, Santa Barbara County Deputy Sheriff's Association, and Service Employees International Union, Local 620. Agency designated representatives, County Executive Officer Mona Miyasato, and Human Resources Director Maria Elena de Guevara. This amendment was posted online and has been made available to the board and the public. Lastly, I would like to remind the public who are participating in our meeting today of the board's updated methods of public participation. For the Board of Supervisors, methods of public participation, and to provide public comment on general public comment or on an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Members of the public can attend meetings in both the Santa Barbara Board Hearing Room chambers as well as the Maria Board Hearing Room chambers. Please note that the board is following all local and state guidelines and are no longer requiring face coverings indoors. If you attend the board meetings in person, you will no longer be required to wear face coverings, but please be advised that the Public Health Department is strongly encouraging all county staff and members of the public to mask and socially distance themselves in crowded areas. I would also like to remind the public that if you require any special accommodations, please contact the clerk of the board to make that request, preferably on the Friday prior to the board meeting. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. After registering, you will receive a confirmation email containing important information about joining the virtual meeting. Once the chair has announced the item you want to comment on, please join the meeting with the information provided in the registration confirmation email. You will be placed on mute until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will call you by name. When removed from mute, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Each person may address the board for up to 3 minutes at the discretion of the chair. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements for today.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Turning to our administrative agenda, I have that board members would like to pull A1, A4, A10, A14. Does that cover it, or are there any others? Madam Clerk, are there any members of the public that have pulled any items?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we do have one request to speak on administrative item 4.
All right. Would you read A1 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 1 is from the Behavioral Wellness Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a First Amendment to the Mental Wellness Center Agreement fiscal years 2021 through 2024.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. And this question actually isn't for the Behavioral Wellness Director, but for the County CEO's office. Over the last actually for quite some time, we get many items that come in over budget on some of these RFPs that we do the county. We go through a competitive RFP process. Once that RFP is granted, then the contractor often comes back to the board and asks for expansions on that. And I know there's always change orders on projects, but it seems to be happening more and more. I know there's a tight labor market, inflation, supply chains, but I just was curious from the county's perspective of what additional measures we can be taking in our RFP processes, because it doesn't seem to be a good process if we keep coming back. This contract alone was just a year into it, and we're already adding another $1 million, another 15% to the entire contract. And when somebody bids on a contract, they assume some risks, and so it seems like often the county is the one that takes a lion's share of that. It's not practical for us to come back to the drawing board and resubmit these RFPs, but it's a concerning trend of mine, and I like to see us maybe evaluate our RFP processes moving forward to put some additional liability on the contractors and CBOs that wish to submit those proposals to the county. So with that, actually, more of a question was for the CEO's office or maybe the budget department, or not sure exactly where to place that one.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I think it's a good point about when we award contracts. A couple of things I'd say is, one, I think it depends on the particular contract, but you're right. When we select vendors, it's not just on a cost basis, it's on who can provide the service and their qualifications, so sometimes that's important even if the costs rise. On this particular one, I'd like to have the director comment, because you're right, this is unusual in that we're actually increasing wages for a nonprofit. So maybe she can speak to why she felt that was the case and why it wasn't worth going out to rebid.
Hi, good morning, Chair Hartman and Supervisors. Supervisor Nelson, thank you for the opportunity to talk on this today. I think in particular with this contract, Polly's House is actually in Santa Barbara. We have very limited options for board and care, and they are exclusively the board and care in Santa Barbara that does geriatric care. They are the only board and care that we have that has the appropriate ADA ramps and access, and so they are the ones who at this time are ultimately serving all of our older geriatric patients with complex medical needs. This contract was established in 2021, And it was 2021, 22 that we really started to see the impact of COVID on the behavioral health workforce in this county and across the state. As a result of that, there was higher turnover in the staff and more vacancies as they were going out to other CBO board and cares that actually had contracted for higher rates, not at that entry-level rate, but at higher rates with the county. As we saw then and as we looked at what was happening, we really needed to be able to improve their contracts so they could bring in the more expert level staff. So again, these are geriatric patients with very complex medical needs, really needing that higher level of experience to come in at the levels that they were able to pay at the current contract. We're not retaining those staff. That higher turnover and those vacancies, of course, creates a negative impact on the outcomes of the clients there. So that was behind that reasoning there for the increase to staff amounts.
CEO Misato?
But having said that, Supervisor Nelson, your point is well taken, and we will work with the departments to have them go through the analysis about the increase. Is it something where there's only one provider? Is it how we negotiate through the contract to sort of make sure that they actually do the due diligence in proving that?
Yeah, I was, sorry to interrupt, but I was hoping that maybe we could, require some contractors, but potentially bond or could provide some type of insurance so that the complete, it doesn't rely completely on the county and the taxpayers to resolve some of these issues. Again, we rely on RFP proposals to be accurate, and if they're inaccurate, then it's difficult for us to obviously budget, and we want to make sure those controls are in place. So I'm not voting against it. I just wanted to make sure I highlighted the issue and asked the question.
And I just wanted to let you know that in our fiscal department in Be-Well, we have actually put in process and are recruiting for 2 contract monitors to improve the staffing level at the contract level for Be-Well. Again, these contracts were negotiated before my tenure began, and it is an area of improvement for our department, and we're working on it.
Thank you, Director Navarro.
Thank you. So we don't need a separate vote on that. A4, Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 4 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a regional climate collaborative grant application.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, I understand the public was going to speak on this item as well, so I don't mind if they go
Okay.
first.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have Andy Caldwell.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CalAIM. This particular item, we're only going to focus on one part. It has to do with Community Environmental Council in Guadalupe. And we just literally don't know what this means. They want to engage residents and businesses in identifying food-related solutions to mitigating climate change. What the heck does that mean? And the other issue here is they want to put, I don't remember, 4 or 5 air monitoring stations in Guadalupe. Air monitoring stations are not all that cracked up for what they ought to be, or any other kind of monitoring. I remember years ago, one of the things that helped start Project Clean Water is people thought that septic systems were causing problems at Arroyo Comado Creek and Beach. And we found out after years of angst and turmoil that it was seagulls that fed at the dump and then dumped in the water. We have an ongoing crisis at the Dunes complex in our region, where for years they blamed it all on off-road vehicles, and then they brought in scripts and they said, no, the sand blowing is literally coming directly out of the wave action on the ocean. There's been a lot of issues with these kinds of things, and we keep wondering, what are they doing? What is the CEC doing? Are they going to go after the train, which includes commuter rail? Are they going to go after farmers? Are they going after the dust in the dunes? Guadalupe is too small of a community to be having this many monitors. It's a fishing expedition is what it is. And consider this, would you put 100 air monitors in Santa Barbara? Would you put that many in Santa Maria? Because per capita, that's the equivalency. It's overkill. It's a fishing expedition, and we'd like to know what they're up to. And finally, let me say this. Because we think ag is the target of this, your ag advisory committee requested that either the APCD or CEC or somebody come to the AAC meeting to explain this. Month after month after month, nobody showed up until they finally dropped it off of their agenda. The public has a right to know, what does this mean? What is the goal, the intention, and the target? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. Actually, you have a question for staff. We had some back and forth about some concerns I had, but I was able to evaluate some of the information last night as I dug in a little bit deeper into the agreement. We're applying for $1.7 million. My understanding it's 8.3 million available statewide, so we're applying for 21% of it. Potentially some of these grants might come in lower. And so what would be the plan for, is there a prioritization of how, are certain projects fully funded? Because just for the public's benefit, there's about 9 or 10 different organizations that are engaged here with all budgets for what they hope to do. Would it be would it just be a percentage cut from each project, or would it be prioritization of projects moving forward if we get less than the 1.7 million that we're applying for?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we've created several different scenario options for the budget, and it is a percentage decrease across the board.
Okay. So in this grant, there's a lot of good things. There's also some things that give me some heartburn. And so just a feedback, from one supervisor, but I think some of the projects that are in the North County with Guadalupe and Lompoc might need to be the prioritization, maybe getting those mostly funded, especially for those municipalities that have had budget concerns. I understand the agreement is still not finalized, so I don't at this point feel comfortable voting for it. I'm not going to vote against it. I'm going to abstain, so I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on this. But just wanted to make sure I added some, hopefully some value to the process moving forward. And thank you for responding to all my comments yesterday.
Thank you. So we will take a separate vote. I just wanted to say that having represented Guadalupe in the past and now representing Lompoc, I was very much involved with the process of developing this grant proposal. And the city of Lompoc is very supportive of this. The point is really to build capacity. And when you look at communities that are economically disadvantaged, to have resources to support nonprofits and to develop capacity is really critical, and it'll make all the difference going forward in climate resilience and other kinds of resilience to social and economic shocks. So I'm very appreciative of all the work that, it's a complex grant request, and you really worked hard with 2 different communities and many different stakeholders to bring something together. So I've got my fingers crossed, and I'm really excited, and I think it was an extraordinary effort on the behalf of our sustainability program. So, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll for this vote, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, do we have a motion for that item?
Oh, yeah, forget that. I move that we go with staff recommendation.
Second.
Now.
Supervisor Lavanino? Aye. Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Hart?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Abstain.
And Chair Hartman?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. And would you read A10 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 10 is from the General Services Department and Behavioral Wellness Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the extension of the term of exclusive negotiation agreements of the county-owned property on Hollister Avenue with the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara for No Place Like Home Development Project. Folio number 003910. This is located in the 2nd District.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on this issue. This item I don't have any objection to. This is an administrative process, but unfortunately this project, which I think is really a critically needed affordable housing project has taken a really long time to get to the stage where it's going to be built. And in the beginning of the process, in meeting with neighbors in that community, I told them that this would go through the full county review process. It would have hearings at the Board of Architectural Review and the Planning Commission, and there would be many opportunities for the neighbors to participate in that process. And unfortunately, things have changed. Largely, I think because of COVID, the County Housing Authority got behind on the development of this project, and then the state changed the permit streamlining laws that allow the Housing Authority to go around that process. As recently as a year ago, I was asked, if that was okay to do this fast-track administrative process or to have the project go through the full development review process, and I still said that I think I made a commitment to the neighbors, and I really think it's appropriate for this project to go through that process. About a month ago or so, the Housing Authority came back to me again and said, well, at this point, unfortunately, it has been delayed so long that the grants that will ultimately be needed to build the project are in jeopardy of lapsing, and that they have made the decision internally to go through the administrative review process and not use the county's regular development review process. And I just wanted to go on the record as saying that I have consistently maintained that the better course would be to go through the full development review process. I do think this is a really important project, and it deserves to be constructed. It'll take some time. My future successor on the board and the rest of you will make the decision ultimately about some of the agreements that the county needs to complete to make that project happen. But I just wanted to go on the record so the neighbors know that I haven't changed my opinion about the things that I promised them 3 years ago.
Supervisor Hart, did you want a separate vote on this item?
No, because this is really just an administrative matter, and that I just wanted to get it.
Okay, thank
This
you.
is my last opportunity to talk about the larger
Right,
project, so.
and process and how important it is to have public input. Thank you. All right, moving to A14. Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 14 is from the Public Health Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a third amendment to the Stacy Miller Public Affairs Agreement for COVID-19 response in Santa Barbara County. This item requires a 4/5 vote.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. It's been an ongoing theme of mine that I'm hoping that we move to a sustainable post-COVID environment, that we're no longer contracting with some of these services that we may not need moving forward or that we shouldn't be. And at this point, moving from the pandemic to endemic stage, this contract seemed to be something that wasn't necessary. I know it's only $30,000 in the scheme of the money that we spend at this board. It sounds like a small amount, but I also think it's a symbolic amount that we need to start as a county and as a department to move to something that's sustainable, something that is post pandemic. And so I'm not going to support this extension of this contract. And I know some people think I'm just up here as a contrarian. When I make these votes on some of these items like this, I actually hear from a lot of people from the public that thank me because, there is a lot of frustration out there about, what the pandemic and COVID has done to many people's lives and businesses. And so they like to know that we are trying to wind some of this stuff down. And so that's the effort I'm making here today. And so I just need a roll call vote on this one.
Director Nielsen, did you have anything you wanted to say?
If I could address the concern, I would like to. So when this item came across my desk several weeks ago in the approval process to get to your board, I asked, what's this about? And I was told that we had planned on continuing to be able to provide this service internally to our department with a particular staff person, and that staff person then left or was in the process of leaving, and that's what brought about the need for this extension. But it is definitely our intention in the time we are buying with this extension on the contract to figure out how to do this work internally.
And so you would still like a separate vote. So a motion.
So moved.
I'm sorry, I have one more question for Daniel.
Sure.
What is the work? What's the actual work that we're doing?
It's primarily related to information being put on our website related to COVID, but I have Deputy Director Eisenbarth online on if you'd like to have a more specific answer.
Yes,
Darren?
please. Yes.
Good morning, Supervisors. Good morning, Chair Hartman.
Supervisor Lavanino through the chair. This is web support work. Stacy Miller, Public Affairs, we used them extensively at the beginning of the COVID pandemic to build out the public health SBC website. And they did quite a bit of additional work at this point in time. It's scoped down since January to just web support. And just to give you an idea, we did pull some recent numbers. So in the past 90 days, we've had 23,000 unique visitors to the site. Testing continues to be the high utilization page, followed by data and vaccine information. And we are monitoring that. We're monitoring the slow receding interest in COVID that does from time to time peak back up. And we're looking at how we can either transition this site to our normal website, sbcphd.org, or we can, or in addition to transitioning the work to our in-house staff.
Well, thank you very much. That was very helpful. I think a lot of people in the community are accessing that. And there's nothing more important than when we have an emergency of having information available to people. So while we're transitioning out of the emergency, I think people obviously are still curious about what the state of affairs are. So I'll be able to support this, and I can make the motion.
Okay, I just want to
was.
check and make sure that didn't sway Supervisor Nelson.
No, it's very persuasive, but you know, this is somewhat of a symbolic vote as well, as I mentioned. I think there's, you know, the information that people are getting on testing. We know that we're going to live with COVID moving forward, and so that's why I want to encourage departments to start to adjust and to that new normal. Sounds like this department's on its way. You know, I have a lot of confidence in Mr. Nielsen and his staff to do that, but I would like to go ahead and have a roll call on this vote either way.
Sure, and I just, listening to the radio this morning, 400 people a day are still dying, and it's very uncertain what, there are new variants and what the next winter season, late fall, winter is going to bring. So I think having data is, people can consult an expert that they trust is really important. So Supervisor Lavanino, you would make a motion?
I'll make a motion to move staff recommendation.
And Supervisor Williams, will you second?
Second.
And Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Lavanino.
Aye.
Supervisor Williams.
Aye.
Supervisor Hart.
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson.
No.
And Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you.
So I'll now entertain a motion on the balance of the agenda.
Madam Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the balance of the agenda. So that's all the 8 items, with the exception of A4 and A14.
Okay, which we already voted on. Okay.
Second.
All right. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The administrative agenda is passed. Resolution number 27. Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 27 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Sergeant Kenneth Rushing Jr. upon his retirement from the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office for over 27 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Joining us in person, we have Sergeant Kenneth Rushing Jr. Please join us at the podium, and I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas Kenneth Rushing Jr. will be retiring from the county service on Monday, August 15th, 2022, having faithfully served the Sheriff's Department for over 27 years, during which he served as a Sheriff Reserve Deputy, Deputy Sheriff, Canine Deputy, Senior Deputy, Detective, and Sergeant. And whereas Kenneth Rushing Jr. started his career in Santa Barbara County on January 19th, 1995, as a Reserve Deputy Sheriff. In 1996, he became a Deputy Sheriff. During his 27 years of service, he has worked in various capacities, which included patrol, canine, and special investigations. And whereas Kenneth Rushing Jr., throughout his career, provided the employees of the Sheriff's Office positive leadership and professionalism, allowing him to rise steadily through the organization, attaining the rank of sergeant. And whereas Kenneth Rushing Jr. provided the citizens of Santa Barbara County extraordinary professionalism and sensitive law enforcement services while dedicating his life to the pursuit of justice. And whereas Kenneth Rushing Jr.'s knowledge, skills, and experience contributed greatly to the overall professionalism and the goals of the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office, as well as the objectives of the county. Now, therefore, and it is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors commends Kenneth Rushing Jr. for his faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County, congratulates him upon his retirement, and wishes him and his wife, Gloria, continued good health and many years of happiness, passed and adopted today.
Madam Chair and members of the board, if I can just say a few additional comments about Ken Rushing Jr. He is going to be greatly missed from our organization. He has, throughout his life, dedicated himself to the service of others, and he is someone who is deeply respected and admired by his colleagues in our organization. He was born in Ventura County to his mother and father, Kenneth Sr. and Joy Rushing. He came from good stock. He was raised in Santa Paula with his sisters Gwyneth and Charity, and his father, Ken Sr., served in the Vietnam War as a sergeant in the United States Army. He grew up in that community, went to Santa Paula High School, participated in football and wrestling, graduated in 1990, and fun fact, for 5 years prior to joining the Sheriff's Office, Ken worked as an oil field drill equipment inspector, both onshore and offshore, and he was also a milk delivery driver for the Chase Brothers Dairy. As you heard, he began his career in 1995. He was a reserve deputy sheriff at first and then was hired on full-time in 1997. He worked a variety of assignments initially, and then in 2006, he was given the canine assignment. And he went on to be the canine handler for not one, not two, but 3 of our canines, Akko, Vito, and Zeus. And those dogs have varying degrees of remembrance with the organization, but the first and the last one were really, really exceptional dogs. Ken was promoted to the rank of sergeant. He has done an outstanding job. His record with the organization, he's one of the most decorated members of our organization. He received the Medal of Valor, the California Peace Officer Medal of Valor, and the H. Thomas Geary Medal of Valor awards for his response to the Goleta postal shooting, where a former postal worker fatally shot 5 employees and wounded another in 2013. He was the Deputy Sheriff's Association Deputy of the Year in 2017. In 2014, he received our Life-Saving Award and the Isla Vista Incident Commendation Ribbon for his quick response to the Isla Vista mass murders and for aiding a gunshot wound victim who'd been shot in the leg and was bleeding from his femoral artery. Ken has also been awarded twice the Carpentry Alliance Club Deputy of the Year and the Montecito Rotary Club Deputy of the Year awards. Ken lives in Ventura with his wife Gloria, who is here, and his son Kenny III is also with us, and he has a daughter Caitlin also. Kenny left us a legacy because his son, Kenny III, was hired as a sheriff's custody deputy in 2013, and he's now a sheriff's deputy assigned to our South County Patrol Division. So when I think of Ken Rushing, I think of an exceptional law enforcement officer, somebody who has dedicated their life, as I said, to the service of others and has done so in an exemplary fashion. He is somebody who really exemplifies the 5 core values of the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office: service, integrity, caring, courage, and fairness. If I had to pick somebody to give you as an example of all of those, I couldn't think of anybody that would be more suitable than Ken to do that. Ken and Gloria, we wish you both much success, health, and happiness, and a very long and enjoyable retirement. We're going to miss you, and we appreciate the great job that you've done for us. Congratulations.
Wow. I didn't prepare a speech, but I do want to thank everybody for recognizing this. The best thing I can say is when you love your job, it's not like you're going to work. So I will miss working up here. This is home. But I'm looking forward to spending time with my family. So a little emotional for me. Didn't expect it. As you travel through life, things change, and an opportunity presented itself, and I went ahead and grabbed it with both hands. But I do thank you guys and this community. It's home.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, administrative item number 28.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 28 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hart. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of October 2022 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Ken Opplinger and advocates and board members of Domestic Violence Solution. Please join us at the podium, and I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas the lives of women, men, children, extended families, and communities continue to be negatively impacted by domestic violence, and whereas the crime of domestic violence is not confined to any group or groups of people, but crosses all economic, racial, and social segments of our society, and whereas all gender identities alike must recognize the scope of this problem and work together to create a community that does not tolerate domestic violence. And whereas Santa Barbara County's Human Services, including Domestic Violence Solutions for Santa Barbara County, provide vital services for families impacted by domestic violence and collaboratively plan programs to prevent intergenerational cycles of violence. And whereas Domestic Violence Solutions for Santa Barbara County encourages all Santa Barbara County residents to take a stand against domestic violence in their personal relationships and in their community. And whereas Domestic Violence Solution honors the lives of victims and survivors of domestic violence and increase awareness of domestic violence in our community and nationwide. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara is committed to the safety and well-being of all county employees and residents and has worked in partnership with Domestic Violence Solutions to stand against domestic violence by placing posters throughout county buildings that raise awareness of resources available to break the silence around domestic violence. Now therefore, be it, and it is hereby ordered and resolved, that this Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims October 2022 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and urges all residents to share the available resources to be part of the solution to ending domestic violence in our county. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you, County Board of Supervisors, for taking a stand with survivors, victims, and the advocates that do this work every day. As a society, we all have a role in changing the narrative about domestic violence, what it is, to whom it happens, and how we can support those who are experiencing it, and ultimately prevent it entirely. The goal of Domestic Violence Awareness Month is to raise awareness, increase donations, community engagement, and volunteer efforts. DVS is starting a conversation and how we can all come together to end domestic violence. So thank you.
Thank you. I had a question. You're seeking people to volunteer to help. Could you explain what people would do and how they contact you?
Yes, that's a great question. For October, we have a few events happening. We have a candlelight vigil to honor the lives lost to domestic violence. It is taking place in Santa Maria at City Hall next Thursday at 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. We also have a few fundraising efforts happening this month. We're always seeking volunteers to either help us with administrative duties, to help us with more hands-on client work, And to get involved, people can go to our website, dvsolutions.org, or email us info@dvsolutions.org.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item number 29.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, Administrative Item 29 is sponsored by Supervisor Hart and Supervisor Nelson. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the week of October 3rd, 2022 through October 8th, 2022 as National 4-H Week in Santa Barbara County. Here in person, we have Ella Bishop and Kira Sheck. Please join us at the podium and I will read the resolution into the record. Whereas 4-H is America's largest youth development organization, having supported almost 6 million youth across the county thus far. Whereas 4-H has helped over 500 youth in Santa Barbara County to become confident, independent, resilient, and compassionate leaders. And whereas 4-H is delivered by Cooperative Extension, a community of more than 100 public universities across the nation that provides experiences where young people learn by doing hands-on projects in areas including health, science, agriculture, and citizenship. And whereas California 4-H is delivered by University of California Cooperative Extension and Research and Outreach Arm of the University of California's Agriculture and Natural Resources. And whereas National 4-H Week showcases the incredible experiences that 4-H offers young people and highlights the remarkable 4-H youth in Santa Barbara County who work each day to make a positive impact on those around them. And whereas 4-H's network of 600,000 volunteers and 3,500 professionals provides caring and supportive mentoring to all 4-Hers, helping them grow into true leaders, entrepreneurs, and visionaries. Now, therefore, be it ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors proclaims October 3rd through the 8th, 2022 as National 4-H Week in Santa Barbara County. We encourage all of our citizens to recognize 4-H for the significant impact it has made and continues to make by empowering youth and the skills they need to lead for a lifetime, passed and adopted today.
Good morning and thank you, Supervisors. We'd like to introduce ourselves just for a second as County Ambassadors. My name is Kira Sheck and I'm a member of Sinines 4-H.
And my name is Ella Bishop and I'm a member of Lucky Clover 4-H.
Thank you.
Could you answer a question for us? So I've been impressed by the leadership skills of people in 4-H. Could you tell us how you've learned about leadership? Obviously, you have to be here and speaking in this rather intimidating environment.
I think learning about leadership just comes from interacting with lots of different types of people in 4-H. There's lots of different activities where there's public speaking, and you meet all sorts of people through, like, obviously everyone knows the county fair and showing animals, and that's not 4-H isn't only about showing animals, but it's more about meeting new people and learning new things and growing through that.
And it takes a real commitment, right, to take care of animals.
Yes.
Ms. Bishop, did you want to say anything about leadership or what you've learned in 4-H?
Another thing about leadership is that there's a bunch of different clubs that you can do, and presentation group is one of the main ones I can think of. And you go to the county presentation day and then you go to state presentation day if you do stuff like that, and that helps really interact with other people and learn how to better present yourselves in more professional situations.
Terrific. Well, thank you so much for coming today, and pretty soon one of you is going to be up here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Madam Clerk, administrative item number 30.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 30 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of October 22 as National Cybersecurity Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County. Receiving in person, we have Gary Coverdale, Jeanette Powell, Chris Chagrin, and Andre Montessori. Please join us at the podium and I will read the resolution into the record. Whereas Santa Barbara County recognizes the vital role that the internet and information technology play in the daily lives of our county staff and residents, and that internet users and the nation's information infrastructure face an increasing threat of malicious cyber attack, loss of privacy from spyware and adware, and significant financial personal privacy losses due to identity theft and fraud. Whereas, during the past year, the county has been maturing and strengthening its cybersecurity posture. On September 21st, 2021, the Board of Supervisors adopted 20 detailed National Institute of Standards and Technology-based technological cybersecurity policies. Cybersecurity policies are utilized in governance, risk, and compliance systems for all departments to manage their adherence to these policies and controls. Whereas our cybersecurity program has extended countywide with annual cybersecurity training for all county users required for continued use for county technology resources. This yearly training launches every October. And whereas the roadmap for increasing our cybersecurity for this coming year includes partnering with the Department of Homeland Security through our association with Multi-State Information Sharing and Analyst Center, developing additional tools to keep malicious items from entering our enterprise, and an aggressive awareness program that reinforces our staff with the culture of security. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby observe the month of October 2022 as National Cybersecurity Awareness Month and recognizes the importance of cybersecurity and encourage citizens to engage in safe cybersecurity practices in their homes, school, workplace, and business, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair Hartman, members of the board. Thank you so much for this resolution. Cybersecurity is important because it protects all categories of data from theft and damage. This includes sensitive data, personally identifiable information, protected health information, personal information, intellectual property, data, and governmental information systems. Without a cybersecurity program, the county cannot defend itself against data breach campaigns, which makes it an irresistible target for cyber criminals. The Chief Information Security Officer reports to the county's risk manager and works closely with ICT and all departments to actively work towards minimizing cyber risk to the county. Now I would like to turn it over to Greg Milligan, the county's risk manager. Thank you.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, thank you. From a risk management perspective, as organizations are becoming more vulnerable to cyber risks due to increased reliance on technology, software, computers, networks, it's no longer enough to rely on traditional information technology professionals and security controls and security programs to identify potential cyber exposures and provide solutions to reduce the county's overall risk, cyber risk. The county's security program is led by Chief Information Security Officer Gary Coverdale, who comes to us as a nationally and statewide recognized professional in this industry. He's supported by GS, ICT, CEO's office, and collaborates with each department's information security personnel and executive teams. We partner with Gary and leverage his deep experience in the industry to enhance our overall information security posture. We're lucky to have him as one of our assets. And now I'll turn it over to Gary.
Thank you, Greg. Chair Hartman and esteemed board, I want to thank you for all the support that you all give us in our CEO office and CEO and assistant CEO. We have tremendous support from you all, and we really need that. We get support from our policy committee chaired by Ed Price. ICT has been a wonderful support for us to develop and roll out all of our security programs. We have a tremendous support of our department security officers. Without them, we can't cohesively have a developed and maturing program. So it's all about everyone at the county, all staff, you all that support us. Tomorrow we'll be kicking off an annual security training that's required by all staff. And I'm very excited about the roadmap and maturing of our security program down the street here. And thank you all for the support.
Thank you. I heard on the radio this morning that the LA Unified had a hack and a lot of their data was released. And I know taking the training each year as we do, it's rather subtle. It took me 2 times to pass. So we really appreciate the work that you do for our entire county. It's extraordinarily significant.
Our goal is not to be an LA Unified. We just know this could happen tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, our final item for today on the administrative agenda is item number 31. Would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 31 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Gus Mayo and Sean Jensen of Santa Barbara County Agricultural Weights and Measures Department as October 2022's Employee of the Month of Santa Barbara County. Receiving in person, we have Gus Mayo and Sean Jensen. Please join us at the podium, and I will read the resolution into the record. Whereas Gus Mayo was hired by the County of Santa Barbara in 1997, working for the Job Training Network, which was subsequently absorbed by the Social Services Department. He was recruited by the Agricultural Weights and Measures Department in 2001 as an EDP system and programming analyst. He is committed to providing the best service to department staff and improving the department hardware and software needs and capabilities. And whereas Gus is vigilant in identifying the department IT vulnerabilities and helps prevent outside sources from compromising our computer systems and affecting our programs and work of our staff. He continues to upgrade our IT systems and communicates with staff, providing helpful hints of training to maximize the use of their computers and become more efficient and productive with their workload. Gus is beloved by all staff for his dedication to our department and its IT needs, which assures our staff continues with their essential services for the residents of Santa Barbara County. Whereas Sean Jensen began his career with Santa Barbara County in 2018 as an agricultural biologist 1 with the Agricultural Commissioner Weights and Measures Department. And due to his dedication, exceptional performance, and relentless work ethic, he reached the position of Agricultural Biologist 3. And whereas Sean understands the importance of the services the department provides to the public and stakeholders, his commitment to public service is apparent in all work that he does. He is recognized as a valuable resource, willing to go the extra mile in assisting his coworkers and public. His dependability serves as a model for the entire department. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors recognizes Gus Mayo and Sean Jensen as Employees of the Month of October 2022, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. I'm Rudy Martell, Assistant Agricultural Commissioner. I want to thank you for this moment to acknowledge our county employees of the month, Gus Mayo, our IT specialist, and Sean Jensen, our agricultural biologist, Inspector 3. Also here today in support of our employees of the month, our Commissioner, Kathy Fisher, and Deputy Agricultural Commissioner, Lottie Martin. So Gus started with the county in 1997, working with the Social Services Department. But by 2001, he joined our department, the Agricultural Commissioner's Office, as our IT specialist. Since day one with our department, Gus has made quite an impact, as he's always made himself available to our staff, addressing their IT needs, and continually updating, improving, and maintaining our department IT system and programs. Gus provides training to our staff on our new computer technology, hardware, software, electronic data, and helping improve staff's ability to complete their work, department workload more efficiently. It's been my pleasure to work with Gus as his immediate supervisor for the past 8 years. And I truly appreciate him for his work ethic, knowledge, and skills, which help us all accomplish more on a daily basis. Gus has and continues to do an exceptional job for the department. His selection as a Department Employee of the Month is a well-deserved recognition. Thank you very much. And at this time, I'll pass it over to Lottie so she can say a few words regarding Sean. Thank you.
Chair Hartman, members of the board. Sean Jensen has been with the agriculture officers for 4 short years, but in that time, The one thing I can say to describe him is work ethic. He's been that sort of employee who stepped right into our office, and it kind of seems like he's always been here. He's always the first to speak up to help another employee when we have a project. He's always willing to try new things outside of his comfort zone, and we've assigned him to nearly every project that we've had so far. And every time he works hard to ensure that he cheerfully and efficiently accomplishes the department's work. He never complains when we move him from one task to another, and he always does his best to get the job done. He's worked in a multitude of programs during his 4 years. He's kind of known as the king of finds at the carriers, where he's found hundreds of A and Q rated insects. He now works in our pesticide program in fumigation, which was one of the toughest programs that we have, and he puts his best effort into completing each of these tasks to his ability. He's a huge asset to our department, and he's truly earned this recognition, and I hope we have many, many more years to come with Sean. Thank you, Sean.
I want to thank you, thank my department, and thank the board and everyone here for the recognition. It is hard to do the job that we do, and I also want to acknowledge the support that I received from my colleagues, not only on other departments that work together, but also in our central IT. Our perimeter guys that work constantly to prevent attacks from the outside, but us in the departments that try to educate you to prevent attacks from the inside, which is where they come the most. So it's been great, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to thank the departments and also the board of supervisors for this recognition. I came to this job late in life. This was my second career, if not my third or fourth, if you count construction and everything else along the way. But once my boys graduated or off to college, I started looking for something new to do, to get into, and I landed here in the agricultural department. And it's really an awesome staff. Like, I'm only as good as the people I work with. So I'd like to say thanks to my group. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, turning to general public comment, now is the time for members of the public who would like to speak on items that are not on today's agenda but within our jurisdiction to address the board. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone who would like to speak?
Chair Hartman, we do have one request to speak for general public comment. However, they are not logged into Zoom. We have no further requests to speak other than that one.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break and be back at about 10:15, little after. We're reconvening the October 4th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in the Santa Barbara hearing room. And we had a short break, and before that we were going to have public comment, and the commenter had signed off. So Madam Clerk, we have the commenter back. Could you introduce her?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we do have one request to speak for general public comment. We will go to Zoom for Laura Dewey.
Oh, hi, I'm sorry, I had to unmute myself. Thank you for comment. Did send an email last night. I'm wondering whether that was received.
And you sent an email to whom?
That the clerk gave me. I can look it up and tell you what it was. But it was basically concerning, I'm sorry, I should have been more formal. Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. I am calling regarding an issue that's been brewing here for a while. I was given, I'm sorry, here's the email address, was sbcob@countyofsb.org.
And why don't, since you have our attention, tell us what was in the email.
Sure. It's just that I got to be a little bit more detailed because it was in writing. It has to do with, I don't know how many of you remember the horrendous accident that happened on El Colegio Road, just on the, what I call the backside entrance of the campus UCSB. There were 3 youngsters in their 20s were killed in an accident. The speed was 60 miles per hour at the time of the accident. The situation is that El Colegio Road is marked at only 2 places with 2 very small speed limit signs as being 35 miles per hour. And the traffic is coming off of Los Carneros at 45, and they want to hurry up and reaccelerate back to 45 once they've made their left-hand turn. And the thing is, the sign is right there at the turn, but I don't think people see it. And also there is a mandatory statute in the vehicle code that says that if you have a senior zone, that the speed limit must be 25 miles per hour. That same code section says that in residential districts, the speed limit must be 25 miles per hour. So it shouldn't be 35, and it certainly shouldn't be 45. I actually live right there in a senior community. And the Ivy Community Service District designated a portion of El Colegio Road as being a senior zone, and it should have just happened as a matter of law. It's very much a mandatory statute. There's no discretion. It says that this is the speed limit, and somehow this bypass the Board of Supervisors. This, by the way, the finding from IB Service District was on June 28th. And this went straight to the Roads Department. And after, 3 months? So end of September, a traffic engineer named Gary Smart in the Roads Department, I don't know if he's got a higher title than traffic engineer, that's just what his email says. He determined that we don't need to have that speed limit. And I was frankly shocked. There was this complete 180. In my personal opinion, it should be 25 all along El Colegio, but it very certainly should be, because of the findings of the IV Service District in that senior zone, should be 25 miles per hour.
Ms. Dewey, thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. We actually do have a hard copy of your email and Mr. Smart's response. All the board members have it as part of our package up here, and it was here this morning when we arrived. And I think Supervisor Hart had a few things he would like to say.
Yeah, just appreciate you expressing your concerns about the neighborhood traffic situation here to the board. As you know, our staff, the District 2 staff, has been working with you directly on this issue and working closely with Mr. Smart. There are state laws that govern how we can set speed limits in on our county roads, and we have to operate within those confines. But we'll continue to try to think outside the box and think of other ways that we might be able to address the traffic safety issues that you're concerned about. For one, we're reaching out to the California Highway Patrol to increase enforcement, and maybe we're going to be able to get some signage on the sidewalks that remind bicyclists and scooter riders that they ought to be on the street. But thank you for your determination to look out for your neighbors and yourself and maintain safety in the neighborhood, and I look forward to continuing to work with you.
And with that, we close public comment and turn to departmental item number 1. Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item 1 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Valley Crest LLC appeal of the Planning Commission approval of the 5980 Casitas Pass Mixed Light Cannabis Cultivation Project. Case numbers 22 APL 18 and 19 CDP 16. This item is located in the 1st District. Chair Hartman and members of the board, before we proceed, we did receive 2 documents after our Friday deadline. These documents will require a vote to be accepted into the record. The first is from Anna Carrillo. It was received Tuesday, October 4th at 6:38 a.m. The second is from Nicholas Targ and Jessica Laughlin. Holland and Knight on behalf of Hahn family, Kate School, Tim Bliss, and the Morsher Brown family. It was received Tuesday, October 4th.
Thank you. Supervisor Lavanino.
Madam Chair, I'll move that we receive those and accept those as part of the record.
Thank you.
I'll second, but I just want to encourage people to try to send some of these in before the day of the hearing. It's like I'm sitting here reading it and I want to make sure that I weigh it fully, but which is our charge in the case of an appeal. But so hopefully there won't be a whole lot more of these, but when we do it, try to get it in.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to admit these 2 documents into today's record. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So they are deemed admitted. And now, any ex parte communications on the part of our board? Supervisor Hart.
Yes, on Wednesday, September 28th, I met with Gallery McCon as the principal planner for the project, along with Eric Edwards. And also on Friday, September 20th, I was on a phone call with Charlotte Brownlee, who works at Kate School. And each of the conversations talked about the application and the potential condition of including carbon scrubbers and the positive and negatives involved with that.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I had a Teams meeting with Valley Crest, Eric Edwards, and Gallery Macon on September 22nd. They spoke about the PC hearing and their tier response to odor. Also, you met yesterday on Teams with Charlotte Brownlee. That was October the 3rd, and talked about the overall approach to odor in the Carpinteria Valley. Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. I had a Teams meeting with the Valley Crest team with Eric Edwards and Gallery going over their odor abatement plan.
And I also had a meeting with the Valley Crest team and again talked about primarily odor control, but their project in general. Supervisor Williams?
On the 22nd of September, I had a conversation with Ms. Brownlee about the efficacy of these new carbon scrubbing units of Holland. The following week, on the 27th, I had a site visit with Gallery, Alex Van Wingerden, Tristan Strauss, and Eric Edwards at the site in question. And I've also had conversations with growers who have already installed the units to see how those units are working.
Okay, then turning to staff presentation, Director Plowman.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this morning you'll be hearing the appeal of the Valley Crest application. This item was heard by the Planning Commission in July, and the applicant has appealed the case to the board due to a condition that was added. Today, we have Ben Singer, who is remote, who will be presenting the application for the appeal. I also have Travis Seawards, Deputy Director, and Joe Dargle, our Supervising Planner. So we're all available to answer any questions. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Singer.
Thank you, Director Plowman, and good morning, Chair Hartman, members of the board. As mentioned today, I'm presenting case 22 APL 18. This is the appeal by the applicant, Valley Crest Farms LLC, of the Planning Commission's approval of the 5980 Casitas Pass Cannabis Cultivation Project. Next slide, please. The site location is shown here with the star. The project site is located off of Casitas Pass Road, or Highway 192, northeast of the city of Carpinteria, which is shown in pink. Also shown here are Highway 101 and the Monte Vista existing developed rural neighborhood, which is the closest EDRN to the property. The area in blue are the properties owned by the Kate School. These are just over 2,200 feet away from the project site. The nearest residential area to the project site is the city of Carpinteria in pink, which is just over 2,800 feet away. Next slide, please. This gives a closer view of the 15.32 acre parcel shown in the red hatch, along with Casitas Pass Road just to the south of this property. Next slide, please. The proposed project is to allow approximately 8.98 acres of cannabis cultivation within an existing greenhouse and an existing processing building. The cultivation consists of 7.72 acres of mature plant cultivation, 0.12 acres of nursery cultivation, and 1.14 acres of processing, which includes drying, trimming, packaging, storage. The proposed project also includes the removal of 4 unpermitted structures, which are a shed, a shade structure, a pole barn, and a pump house. And the operation will have up to 70 full-time employees. The proposed project does not include any new development or redevelopment of the greenhouse or the processing building. Next slide, please. The site plan is shown here. The existing greenhouse and processing building are shown in green. In yellow, you can see a single family dwelling and a barn. Both of these are existing and permitted, and they're not included in the cannabis project. In blue is a retention basin and 6 water tanks, all of which are existing and permitted. And in red, again, are the shed, shade structure, pole barn, and pump house, which will be removed. Casitas Pass Road is shown on the right-hand side of this plan, which is the southern side of this property. Next slide, please. The applicant raised one appeal issue. The issue is the contention that the condition added by the Planning Commission exceeds the requirements of Article 2, the Coastal Zoning Ordinance. The condition requires the applicant install carbon scrubbers in the greenhouse within 12 months of project approval, and requires that the applicant reduce or eliminate the use of the vapor phase technology to the maximum extent feasible in that same time. The applicant asserts that their odor abatement plan meets all the requirements of Article 2 without this condition. Staff reviewed the odor abatement plan, and it does include all required elements outlined in Article 2, including certification by a professional engineer or industrial hygienist, and the use of one of the identified odor control systems, in this case, vapor phase. In addition, the OAP includes a tiered odor response, which requires the use of carbon scrubbers if county enforcement determines that the vapor phase system doesn't adequately prevent odors from being experienced in residential zones as is required. Next slide, please. The project as proposed by the applicant does meet all applicable county policies and standards. Next slide, please. As outlined in the board agenda letter provided, your board has been provided with 2 sets of actions. One course is to grant the appeal and approve the project without the condition. To do so, your board should make the required findings for approval, including CEQA findings, determine that the previously certified programmatic environmental impact report is adequate, and grant de novo approval of the proposed project subject to the conditions. Next slide, please. Alternatively, your board can deny the appeal and approve the project with the condition by making the required findings for approval, including CEQA findings, determining that the previously certified programmatic EIR is adequate, and granting de novo approval of the project subject to the conditions, including condition number 35, odor abatement plan revision, as conditioned by the Planning Commission. As mentioned, I am here to answer any questions, as are other members of our staff. Thank you.
Any questions? Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. I'm curious how the determination would be made by staff of when an advancement in the odor protection plan would be triggered. So how would we make the determination that the proposed odor plan isn't working, that they would need to go to carbon scrubbers? Who makes that determination and how?
So Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, right now, the projects in the Carpinteria Valley have a condition on them that say that we are to be monitoring them for the first year on a quarterly basis. And a violation occurs if odor is detected in a residential zone. So what right now, we've been sort of hamstrung because we don't have a lot of technology that's been helpful to us. We go out, we check the systems, we make sure they're operating, but we are on the last step of hiring a consultant that is going to be helping us with that. You should have a contract on an admin agenda here shortly, and they have more advanced technology that can try and help us determine where odor is coming from. So if we find that this grow has violated the requirements of the code, then we would work with them to abate that. And then they have a tiered response in their odor abatement plan.
Cool. Okay. And then their nearest residential zone?
That's an excellent question. Let me take a, I'll take a look.
I know it's in the report.
Yeah,
somewhere, but
they're in the middle of a lot of agriculturally zoned property, but we'll get back to you with that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I guess I want to follow up on Supervisor Lavanio's questions. So you will work with them. At some point, you come to a conclusion that the odor is now abated and the problem's fixed, or if it doesn't fix a problem, then there's another tier of the response from there, and then ultimately, the way I understand it, is it would lead to carbon scrubbers if after a certain period of time that wasn't abated. Is that correct?
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that's correct. So if we found that they were not the violator, then nothing would have to be done. If we found that they were violating, there would be progressive steps where they would ultimately end up with carbon scrubbers if the intermediate steps did not correct the situation. So I haven't read the odor abatement plan specifically, but there is a progression of steps that is laid out in their own plan that talks about eventually getting to carbon scrubbers if the intervening technologies are not sufficient.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask more questions for Valley Crest when they come up with that. Thank you.
So I had a couple of questions as well. I'm not sure if they're for Director Plowman or Mr. Singer, but we're not measuring odor at the property line. So what gives us confidence that the new consultant can identify in a residential zone what the source of the odor is?
Madam Chair, it's a good question. I mean, it's not going to be as precise as I think we would all like, but we can use weather monitoring information about when winds are blowing in one particular direction and at what time the odor was detected. And so we're going to do our best to try and figure out where it's coming from. But as we know, it's cheek by jowl down there. So it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to figure out precisely where that odor is coming from. But we'll be able to hopefully determine when vents are going to be opened, right? So we'll be gathering the data on what is happening when a complaint comes in, and then do our best effort to determine where it's coming from.
And the vents, is that reported to us, or we just go after the fact and ask?
I think we would get information from them, but I can't remember exactly what is contained in the agreement that was developed between the coalition and the growers. There may be some aspect of that gets reported to the coalition, but we would certainly be investigating it and working with them about the timing of when those vents are opened.
And so it's a residential zone, so it has to be
Correct.
zoned residential.
That's correct.
Not just where people are residing. And Kate School, is that in a residential zone?
Madam Chair, it's in an agricultural zone with a conditional use permit.
So if Kate School is experiencing odors, then that doesn't trigger.
That's correct.
Okay. Supervisor Nelson?
So, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, just to answer the question of Supervisor Lavanino, the nearest residential zone is 2,800 feet. That's the city of Carpinteria.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. So in that odor abatement plan, who has that discretion to say, okay, we need to go up a step? And is there an appeal process for the applicant, or is that a director's determination that you need to go to tier 2 of the odor abatement plan? I want to kind of, for my confidence and for the confidence of the public, I want to kind of understand whose decision, who makes that? Is that decision appealable? Because you know what, obviously this would be a very expensive process to eventually move to the carbon scrubbers. And so I can understand why an applicant may want to resist that and delay that, but I want to also make sure that we have something that's fairly bulletproof if we move forward with this odor abatement plan, that staff can make that determination and move to that if the technology that's in place and plan that's in place is inadequate.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson. So essentially how this works is it's permit compliance. So if we are discovering that they are not abiding by the permit and their own odor abatement plan and they're detecting odors, our permit compliance person would go out and it would be a decision within the department that if it's not effective, that they need to go to the next tier. And then if that's not effective, they need to go to the next tier after that. So it is a decision that happens within the department and it's not an appealable decision.
Okay, thank you.
But if it's Kate School, then that doesn't trigger it because they're not in residential.
That's correct.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. And how far is Kate School? Is it 2,200, I believe?
Chair Hartman, Supervisor. Apologies, Director of Comment. That is correct. About 2,200 feet away, just over, and that is to the properties owned by Kate School. There's some distinction between those larger group of properties and the kind of school grounds on one of those properties as well, which is slightly further away.
Okay, I don't see any more lights for questions right now, so let me just describe the process. The applicant will have 10 minutes, and then board questions, and then public comment. And the applicant was agreeable to allowing Kate School, which was the appellant initially before the Planning Commission, to have extra time. So I'm going to give them 6 minutes of public comment, and then we'll come back for applicant rebuttal and staff comments. So with that, Ms. Oh, please, yes.
So I have been trying to ascertain with Southern California Edison how quickly the electricity upgrades could take place to even accommodate the systems. Was that, has staff or the Planning Commission done any research into that? Because that has been a significant issue in the adoption of these carbon scrubbers throughout Carpinteria is many upgrades have been taking years to accomplish given the unfortunately aged infrastructure. So is that year timeline based on something from Southern California Edison, or what is that on?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Williams, it is not based on Southern California Edison's ability to provide power. It was something that the Planning Commission identified as a timeframe that they thought was appropriate.
Okay, Ms. Macon.
Hi. Chair Hartman, members of the board. Thank you for having us today. We know this is not an easy decision, so we really do appreciate the opportunity to present. My name is Gallery Macon. I'm agent for the applicant and the appellant in this case. I wanted to start by thanking staff. They've been really helpful in this process. It's not an easy process, and I really do appreciate Ben Singer and Joe Dargle's dedication to us. I'm here today with the landowner. I do this. Great. Here today with the landowner, the Valley Crest Farms team, Headwaters, and the Director of Compliance, Eric Edwards, who will be speaking as well. So here's the project summary as been described. It is a coastal development permit, which is a land use permit in the coastal zone. And it's about 7 3/4 acre of cannabis cultivation with nursery and a processing building that has not yet been used for processing, but will be when the project gets approved. Here is the site plan. I apologize for the graphics. It's slightly off. But you can see the greenhouse outlined in green and the processing building in yellow with the blue dots represent carbon technology within the processing building. And it will also include a vapor phase around it. So for the most odorous producing component of the project, it will have carbon associated with it. The greenhouse is sort of best in class. It was built in the 2000s, and it's really makes a difference on these projects how the infrastructure is set up. And this is a really nice greenhouse. Another component to the project is this rainwater collection reservoir. I know it's not that exciting, but it's actually a major feature of this site. It's very forward thinking for its time. It collects a ton of water and recirculates it for the site. It's very technologically advanced. This is somewhat hard to see, but the property, this is a vicinity map of the property. It's outlined in yellow. The outlines around it in green show neighbors that are in support of the project, which is quite a few. The distances are shown. You can see the city of Carp zone is 2,800 feet away. The county zone down below, the residential zone, is 4,000 feet away. And the Kate School, the security kiosk is about 2,700 feet. And then the closest structure is 3,800 feet away. And it's surrounded by ag. We also showed the prevailing wind direction is going from east, southeast, more towards additional ag properties. And again, this applicant specifically chose this site for its location. Our opinion, it's an ideal location for cannabis. If this was in North County, it would sort of be applauded for its location and distance away from sensitive receptors. With that, I will pass it on to Eric to talk about the odor abatement plan and the condition. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Hartman, Supervisors. My name is Eric Edwards, and I am the Director of Compliance for Headwaters. Together with my team, we're responsible for overseeing our organization's compliance statewide. From land use development, permitting, and licensing to the day-to-day operations, my team's sole focus is to design, implement, and run compliant projects. This project is no different. I'd like to speak to you today about odor. The project before you today is a model project. It's only one of 2 farms in the Carpinteria Valley using the Benzico-Fogco odor control system as its primary means of odor control. The system is smart, efficient, and modular, only activating specific sections as needed based on current weather patterns. It's environmentally friendly, consisting primarily of water, nature's universal solvent, and it's not alone. We're also including traditional and time-tested carbon scrubbers in the newly built-out processing building, along with the Benzico-Fogco system. Headwaters was instrumental in negotiating the monumental agreement between carp growers and the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. After more than a year of negotiations, community members and responsible cannabis producers finally found common ground in the model OAP, community guidelines, and tiered response protocol. This project, like others operated by Headwaters, has adopted the model OAP and related provisions, improving upon and exceeding the county's existing cannabis ordinance requirements. This project, in addition to the county's formal complaint system, creates a direct line of communication between our neighbors and project staff to ensure any odor episodes are responded to quickly and transparently. It is designed to respect all residences within 1,000 feet as sensitive receptors, whether residentially zoned or not. It incorporates a progressive tiered response protocol designed to diagnose and identify odor issues and to report any findings to the county and community. And lastly, it provides a pathway to the installation of new odor abatement technologies, including regenerative carbon scrubbers, should such installation prove necessary and warranted. We're here today because the additional condition imposed by the Planning Commission short circuits all of this hard work. This project was selected in large part due to its location, and there is no better location to grow cannabis in all of Carpinteria. When compared to other Carpinteria area cannabis operations, this project is located the furthest from county-defined sensitive receptors. The squiggly red-yellow lines on the map represent buffer zones surrounding schools. The projects with blue stars represent recently approved projects adopting the regenerative carbon scrubbing technology as their primary means of odor control. The distinction between the starred projects and ours, location. Our project is located almost 2,000 feet from the nearest buffer zone, roughly 3,000 feet to the nearest residential zone, and almost 4,000 feet to the closest structure at Kate School. Simply put, these are vastly different projects. The county's ordinance recognizes that a one-size-fits-all approach doesn't work. This is exactly why the ordinance requires a certified industrial hygienist, or PE, to design and certify site-specific odor abatement systems. This project has such a site-specific and certified odor abatement system. The additional condition imposed by the Planning Commission and the subject of this appeal supplants this requirement and the recommendations of experts. It was not modeled on nor created for this specific project. It wasn't the result of engineering analysis, and it was not prepared by a certified industrial hygienist or PE. It's simply unwarranted and unneeded. The additional condition is onerous and unlikely to be implementable within the imposed 12-month time frame. Indeed, securing all of the necessary permits and any electrical upgrades required in the 12-month time frame will prove challenging, if not impossible. Please do not change the goalposts on us now at the 11th hour. Our project not only complies with the county's ordinance requirements, it greatly exceeds them. This project is located in an ideal location with a model operator. It is the quintessential model project. We respectfully request that you support staff's recommendations and support the project as originally envisioned. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the board? Supervisor Lavanino.
I have one. Eric, how long have you been growing at this particular site, and at what scale compared to what the scale is that's proposed?
So Headwaters has been operating the site, I believe, since 2019. It's been the same since we've started operations there, maybe 2018. It's been the same since we've started. The addition will be activating the processing warehouse for drying and trimming on site. So that would be the only quote unquote expansion.
And then just explain to me where was the processing before, and how does that result in different truck trips or traffic or anything like that as well?
It was processed. We have other processing facilities. Headwaters operates other processing facilities in Carpinteria as well as outside in Lompoc. And so it would be trucked to one of our other facilities to dry and process. This will significantly reduce traffic trips than what is occurring now, because when you transfer a whole plant to dry, it takes up a lot more volume. Once it's dried and trimmed and packaged down, you get substantially more volume in each truck trip you're taking.
Supervisor Williams?
One of the things I've been trying to put my head around is if processing on site, because of the reduction of sort of moving stuff that's not processed in and out of vehicles or storage, would reduce odor or increase it. I mean, in your experience, what is that? What will that change? If there is a carbon scrubber at this processing location, should people expect less odor because things aren't going to be loaded in small vehicles as often to be processed elsewhere? What's your prognostication for the future?
That's really tough. I wouldn't think that odor would increase at all. If anything, to your point, there would be less trips leaving the facility. So we'd load them up in sealed, we'd load the product up in the greenhouses in sealed totes. They'd get moved directly into the processing building and processed entirely within the existing vapor phase system and the carbon scrubbers. So I don't see odor increasing. If anything, there would be less trips to and from the property. And so despite turning on more cannabis-related activities, I would say that odor would be either status quo or less.
And then have you guys done any research with Southern California Edison on electrical upgrades and how long that will take? I'm still trying to get my head about it. I've been literally texting the public affairs guy from Southern California Edison. This is an issue. I want to know if these requirements are implementable, or if you've already put in for an upgrade of some sort.
So with this specific facility, I'm not 100% sure on the status of the SCE upgrade. I know on other facilities that we operate and manage in Carpinteria, we have applied for odor upgrade, for electrical upgrades. One of our projects we applied, I believe, in middle of 2019, and it is still ongoing between our engineers and SCE's engineers. So it's been a very lengthy process for all of the sites that we've tried to get this done. So much so that after several years of working, it sort of not falls off the radar, but yeah, for lack of a better phrase. So it's been a very lengthy process. I have started and reached out to SCE regarding this facility. I'm waiting their response back for an estimated timeline.
And then I guess this is a really, I think, an important question to wrestle with here. I think odor has improved in large part in the Carpinteria area, but I would say that in this conglomeration of operations, it's clear that there is still an odor problem. Do you believe this operation is a contributor to that? And you know, what are you going to do about it, I guess?
Overall, I think the vast majority of odor episodes that our staff experiences that we've received complaints for tend to be on the road and slightly more west of our facility. To answer your question, I do not believe that we're a significant contributor to the odor that's being experienced nearby. But I don't think that it's realistic to expect that there'll never be odor, especially on the roadways in front of some of these facilities. I think that the nature of the crop, the nature of just ag in general, means that there's going to be some odor. I don't think it's nuisance related, and I don't think it is affecting residences, residential zones under the county ordinances, or residences within what we've agreed to under our project.
And when was the agreement with the coalition? When was that hammered out? That mirrors your odor abatement.
I believe it was finally signed in fall of 2021. So it's been about a year since we were pencils down and signed.
Got it.
And I had just a couple questions as well. If I understood your response to Supervisor Lavanino's question, you're growing a certain amount now and you'll be growing the same amount. Okay. And do you currently have the benzocaine vapor phase operating?
Correct, yes.
And how many complaints have you had?
So I'll speak in general numbers. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. Over the past 4 years, I believe total at the time of the Planning Commission hearing, there was 26. I believe there's been a few more since then. Of those 26, my understanding is 5 of them were from fixed locations, and the remainder were more general comments relating to odor in the valley, odor on the roadways, and comments like that.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any more lights,
Perfect,
so
thank you.
so we'll turn to public comment. As it turns out, Kate School has 2 speakers, so I'll allow them each 5 minutes, and then we'll go on to other public commenters, if that's all right.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlotte Brownlee. Nice to see all of you, Chair Hartman.
Just one moment. So we have to have, the clerk has to call.
Oh, sorry.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have 8 requests to speak for this item. We will begin on Zoom with Anna Carrillo.
So we'll come in order.
Okay.
To be followed by Nicholas Targ, also via Zoom for Kate School.
Okay. Oh, good morning. I think I'm on. Am I correct?
You are indeed.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry because this morning, just for your information, and I've already called the clerk twice, I'm only seeing Ben Singer. I'm not seeing anybody else I didn't see any of the charts or anything else. So, but it's okay. All right. I would like to request that you don't support. Oh, now I see the rest of it. Okay. Thank you. I would like to request that you don't support the appeal of 5980 Casitas Pass Mixed Light Cannabis Cultivation Project. Please uphold the Planning Commission's added condition regarding the installation of utilizing internal greenhouse odor scrubbers no later than 12 months from the project approval. In another project located at 3450 Via Real in Carpinteria, owned and operated by the same owners and operators as this one, there is a statement in their OAP for 3450 Via Real that carbon scrubbing is considered the best industry practice to mitigate odors. Why at that location and not at this location? Are some residents valued more than others? 3, the vapor phase system, whether it's the Bayer system or FOGCO, causes some health issues for some people, possibly 10 to 15%. Some people experience allergies that they've never had before and other respiratory ailments. FOGCO uses the Benzocaine Scientific Odor Armor 420 EPE chemical deodorizer. While the exact chemical makeup of the deodorizer has not been disclosed, but does identify that the deodorizer uses essential oil chemicals. This class of chemicals is capable of causing nausea, headaches, asthma, and the Neighbors and Kate School with 300 students, faculty, and 25 young children currently experience this at times. Children and young adults have delicate, developing nervous systems and brains. Only 5980 and the neighboring parcel owned by the same owner and operator use FOGCO. A spray is emitted. One does not know what the long-term effects are of inhaling this new ingredient into Carpinteria's local air. The majority of commercial cannabis operations, probably around 13 in Carpinteria Valley, are still using the Bayer's vapor phase system, which emits this mist spray 24/7, which again, one does not know what the long-term effects are of constant inhaling this new ingredient into Carpinteria's local air. The carbon scrubbing method captures the smelly terpenes inside the greenhouses before the vents are open, while the vapor phase system sends out their spray trying to meet the terpene molecules as they are vented out the top of the greenhouses. It makes sense to try to capture odors inside a building before the odors are allowed to escape. Okay, I'm sorry, I looked at my time. The tiered response, according to a recent CDFA site, this is the largest operation in Carpinteria Valley with 38 adult cannabis cultivation licenses.
And that
And
is
thank
your
you very
time.
much.
Thank you,
Thank you
Ms.
very much.
Carrillo.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we do have a quick switch in the order in which we're going to take public comment. We will be here in Santa Barbara with William Hahn, to be followed by Nicholas Charg via Zoom.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. I'm Dr. William Hahn. I'm a medical doctor trained in internal medicine, which I've been practicing here in Santa Barbara for the last 45 years. I also happen to live at 5950 Casitas Pass Road, which is located 300 feet due north of the cannabis operation that we're discussing today. We happen to be basically downwind from that, which is an unfortunate situation. People are getting sick at our farm, including my wife, other people who live at the farm, and the guests we have at our farm. The sickness, which is predominantly headaches, nausea, fatigue, respiratory distress, started after the FODCO system was installed and was utilized. To my knowledge, and I've done a little bit of work on this, the Benzico or benzico chemical deodorant used in this system has not been tested on humans at all, and it has not been determined whether or not inhalation of this can cause the type of symptoms that we are experiencing. There is, as you know, a chemical safety sheet which is included in all of these things, and it mentions that the chemicals, as far as known, are not toxic, but it's quite clear that simply saying that a chemical is not toxic does not in any way mean that it cannot produce symptoms in people. Remember that items and or products such as DDT, Roundup, all the plastics that we're hearing about now, and many other products which are now understood to be extremely toxic were at one time thought to be entirely safe for human exposures. Despite being characterized as non-toxic, the EPA assessment of the benzico product indicates that exposure to this product may cause irreversible tissue damage and blindness, as well as extreme toxicity to aquatic life. So it's quite clear that under certain conditions, the chemicals are in fact very toxic. The chemical testing that I had access to identified a single inhalation toxicity test. In that test, 10 rats were exposed to high levels of this product for 4 hours. And the question was whether it would kill the rats. It did not kill the rats. That was the good news. Unfortunately, there was no information from that test which had to do with any observations about toxicity to the rats, including respiratory toxicity, nausea, vomiting, wheezing, or breathing problems. There is no available data as to long-term toxicity in terms of inhalation of the product. Claiming that a 4-hour exposure of 10 rats provides sufficient data to determine long-term effects on people is clearly not scientifically valid. People, perhaps much more than rats, have a broad range of sensitivities and underlying health conditions which can predispose to unexpected respiratory problems. I would say that since
Sir, that is your time. Can you wrap up?
I can. Since the facility started using this fogging agent, my wife and others at our farm have becoming sick. It was not the intent of the technology to produce this, but it is unfortunately the result. We know that carbon scrubbers are available, and they are a superior approach which mechanically removes odors as opposed to creating new odors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now move on to Nicholas Targ via Zoom, to be followed by Charlotte Brownlee here in Santa Barbara.
Thank you very much. My name is Nicholas Targ. My partner Jessica Laughlin and I represent several of the nearby neighbors affected by the odor risks associated with the Valley Crest facility. As background, I want to just note that I'm chair of Holland and Knight 60-person environmental team prior to joining H&K. I served in leadership positions with the US EPA under both the Clinton and then the Bush administrations. On behalf of the Hahn family, Kate School, Tim Bliss, the Morocco Brown family, we respectfully urge the Board of Supervisors to deny Valley Crest's appeal and to affirm the reasoned conditions of approval to require scrubbers on the Valley Crest grow facility. Requiring scrubbers is nothing new for the county. I want to point that out. The planning and development staff have approved odor abatement plans with carbon scrubbers. The Planning Commission has required carbon scrubbers since at least this past year, and they've been in place prior to that. And a change now would be unfair to the facilities that have spent money and that are complying with the county decisions to require carbon scrubbers. It also marks a change that is less protective of the residents and the communities and other agricultural businesses. That's important too. And it would create incentives for the other cannabis growers to get by with the least odor abatement technology possible, least cost odor abatement possible, regardless of odor reduction quality. Carbon scrubbers have been approved as the best available control technology by the county on at least 8 occasions, with another odor abatement plan including carbon scrubbers pending, a total of 9. In fact, the county negotiated the exact language that the appellants now complain of. The condition of approval was negotiated on May 31 when carbon scrubbers were required for the international grow facility that backs onto High School. It was then voted on and approved 5-0 by the Planning Commission. And since that time, the same condition, including here, the approval has been applied twice more. I want to just also call out that there was no appeal to the 5-0 vote by the International Grow Facility. The reason why the Planning Commission and others have been approving carbon scrubbers and facilities have been adopting carbon scrubber technology is simply because it works. And it's the accepted, available, industry-specific, best control technologies designed to mitigate odors, consistent with the requirements of the coastal zoning ordinance. Just recently, on June 19, the Independent quoted the National Association of the Cannabis Industry as stating carbon scrubber technology is the most commonly used and recommended control technology for reducing odors in cannabis facilities. Same article quoted the Santa Barbara County Planning Director as stating, we're advising applicants that scrubbers have become the accepted industry practice as a lot of growers have been starting to implement them, unquote. The planning director's observation is supported by the 3450 Vista Verde farm odor abatement plan that you heard about a little bit earlier, which proposes to use carbon scrubbing technology and identifies it by the industrial health hygienist by saying carbon scrubbers is considered to be the best industry practice to mitigate odors. Even the applicant has said, the appellant has stated that he's an advocate for carbon scrubbers when a sensitive receptor is close enough. As you'll hear, the Hahn family shares a property line with the appellant. They could not be any closer. You'll also hear from Ms. Morocco, who sees the Fogco Systems chemical deodorant accumulate on her commercial avocado groves. She raises valid questions as does Dr. Hahn, about the safety of the chemicals. She's kept inside because of the smell at the facility, potentially in combination with others. Tim Bliss will also speak about the persistent cannabis odors, which he's been suffering with, and you'll hear about the impacts to Kate in just a moment. These and other members of the community who are located proximate to the grow facility deserve protection and carbon scrubbers. And I want to point out that there's an odor problem right now, and serious questions have been raised about the Fogco deodorant, and the plan is to increase the operations. Requests by neighbors have been made to the facility to address the odors, and there's been no meaningful response. Frankly, the neighbors have stopped filing complaints or raising issues because nothing happens. Here, these next door neighbors, these sensitive receptors are not in a residential zone. The 4-phase approach will not help them. And I also want to point out that the coastal zone ordinance doesn't differentiate between an agricultural or residential zone when determining what the best available control technology is. Where a facility is located does not determine the odor control technology. The Planning Commission considered the facts and appropriately conditioned the appellant's permit on the use of effective carbon scrubbers after a year, as provided under county authority. And this includes, and I just want to quickly call this out, and I know that you're familiar with it, Coastal Zone Section 35 144 UA1 establishes a minimum designed to protect the public's health, safety, and welfare, and to minimize the negative impacts on people and communities. This ordinance creates a floor, not a ceiling. The coastal
And
zone.
now you're leaving only 3 minutes for your other Kate School spokesperson.
Yeah. Nothing in the section is intended, nor shall be construed to limit or allow persons to engage or endanger others or to create a public nuisance. There already is a nuisance right now. And finally, we also know that the certified industrial hygienist must review and certify the equipment and methods to be used. However, the county simply can't accept patently incorrect information. When the OAP states that carbon scrubbers are in their infancy and not commercially available, we know that's wrong because carbon scrubbers are being successfully implemented. And finally, the comprehensive plan establishes that existing agricultural uses should be preserved in exactly the area where the facility is located.
I'm going to cut you off right there because you need to give your colleague at least 2 minutes.
Yep, and I can stop right here and
thank you.
Would invite Kate. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I've been coming up to this podium for more than 5 years now in the hopes of working together with the supervisors to create guidelines and rules that both allow industry to thrive in Carpinteria, but more importantly, preserve and protect the people and especially the children that learn and live in the Carpinteria Valley. Back in 2017, we were told that it was best to push this ordinance through quickly so that the sooner we had rules in place, the sooner it would be enforced. I think most people in Carpinteria Valley see that enforcement means getting an email back in your inbox from the lovely Kevin De Los Santos saying that your complaint was tracked and logged. This tiered system continues to place the burden on the neighbors to respond. At Kate School, we experience orders virtually every day. It's difficult to know where they come from. There are 4 significant grows along Casitas Pass Road that could be the origin. The odors are in the dorms, in classrooms, in our cars, and in our homes. My main job at Kate is serving as an assistant head of school and the admission director. Every minute that I spend working on addressing the cannabis odors on campus could be better spent on actual school business. Just this morning, I'm missing my advisory meeting because I am here. In the case of this appeal, we are simply asking that you support the decision of the Planning Commission, a group that's led by longtime Carpinteria resident who understands the issues. We ask you deny this appeal and affirm the condition of carbon scrubbers. There really are 2 issues at play here. One is that Valley Crest needs to have a workable OAP in place. It's frustrating that they talk about location and that they have chosen this location because it's away from any residential areas. That couldn't be farther from the truth with Danny Hahn and her husband less than 300 feet away, not to mention other neighbors who are here today. This is particularly troubling to us at Kate As you may recall, we had one neighbor who complained about odors from our wastewater treatment plant that we installed in order not to make money, but to save our community's resources, and we were required to spend thousands of dollars to mitigate its odor. And by the way, that residence is more than 1,000 feet away from our property. The second issue, and truly more important one, is that the tiered system response that the grower is proposing only addresses issues around cannabis smell, but does nothing to address the ill effects of the OAP system itself, the FOGCO, that's making people sick. It's clear that in the multiple planning hearings we have attended that the commissioners believe regenerative carbon scrubbers are, as they call them, the gold standard for odor abatement. Don't you think that all residents of Carpinteria deserve to be protected by the best available method and shouldn't have to live with a complaint-based system that puts the responsibility on us instead of the growers? Please focus on the issues of FOGCO and deny this appeal. Thank you.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we will now go to Danny Del Army, to be followed by Mimi Morsher.
My name is Danielle Del Army. I live at 5950 Casitas Pass Road, Rose Story Farm. Rose Story Farm is an internationally acclaimed small model farm growing fragrant roses for the cut flower industry. We've been farming roses for 25 years and have been featured in multiple national publications, including Martha Stewart, Better Homes and Gardens, and the Wall Street Journal. Our business model included selling cut roses, distilling petals to make hydrosols and oils, and selling rosebuds and petals to the food industry for use in confections and syrups. I was honored as a Great Rosarian of the World in 2014, joining an elite group of 19 international recipients, including only 5 Americans and 3 women. I earned this honor because of our educational outreach program, which encouraged people to grow and enjoy roses through a series of ongoing tours and seminars at our rose farm for people of all ages, ranging from groups of school children to retirees. We've had to disband these tours due to the mellifluous odors and masking materials emanating from the cannabis operation directly adjacent 300 feet to our farm. We can no longer distill rose petals nor sell them to the food industry as they are contaminated. Not only are the cannabis odors masked with FOGCO, but the incredible rose fragrances are masked as well. Our tenants and guests complain constantly about the stench and the physical reactions which are triggered by the exposures. My employee in charge of all rose sales is leaving after working with us for 9 years due to her recurrent pulmonary problems, all of which started after the use of the FOGCO agents. At our son's wedding this summer, several guests who were opera singers, as is he, had immediate respiratory reactions. One required an emergency room visit for an asthma attack. Canary in the coal mine, by the way. We have multiple houses on the property, and my husband and I have had to move to the guest house furthest from the pot greenhouse in an attempt to avoid the intense stench and cover-up material. We've been renting our 100-year-old farmhouse to provide additional farm revenue. We've lost 2 sets of tenants over the stench. The last to leave was a family of 2 medical doctors and their 4 young children. They loved the farm and had enrolled their children in Crane School and were planning to stay for a year. 2 months into their stay, their 4-year-old daughter began to vomit every morning. We tried air purifiers, resealing the windows and doors, and made several other attempts to mitigate the smell. Finally, after an entire day of vomiting, the family gave notice, packed up, and left within 24 hours. They consulted with their pediatrician, who told them her GI upset was related to her exposure to the fumes. This was understandably a huge disappointment to us, not to mention a significant financial impact. Rental income from this 9,000 square foot home has been a major contributor to the economic viability of the farm since disbanding the tours. Meanwhile, I personally have been struggling with severe allergies and respiratory difficulties. There's not a day that goes by without severe coughing and shortness of breath. We've been here for 30 years, and prior to the pot and FODCO, I did not have any issues. I spent a month this summer away from the farm, and within 3 days had no cough nor allergy issues. My most recent consult was with Dr.
That
Brian.
is your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll move to Mimi Mosher, to be followed by Tim Bliss.
I am living on my family's ranch at 6200 Casitas Pass Road in Carpinteria that my parents bought in 1951. I have 46 acres and 42 of them are planted in avocados. The other 4 acres are dedicated to housing. There are 3 houses on this property and 2 of them are rented. My tenants have commented on the odor of the cannabis and how awful it is. The odor is so bad coming up Casitas Pass Road, I can no longer ride my bike or walk into town. I have gone to the county website and filed complaints. I used to do it more often, but I wouldn't get a response, and it takes time that I don't really have to spare. More importantly, it seems like it doesn't matter. The cannabis growers here in the Santa Barbara County, and specifically those of Carpinteria, are not making an effort to coexist. I understand that we all need to make a living here together, but the growers don't seem to care how their business affects anyone else's business. The growers using the greenhouses in the distant past used to seem like they cared about the town of Carpinteria. They wanted their flower businesses to thrive, and they wanted their children to thrive in the school systems, make friends, and contribute in a positive way to the community. The attitude of these same growers that have switched over to growing cannabis seems to be completely different. There is substantial proof, scientifically and otherwise, that the cannabis odor is having a strong effect on the city of Carpinteria, and specifically next door to me, coming from Case Van Wingerden's property. I can smell it any time of day. I have to go inside my house to get away from it. When Case was constructing more buildings on his land, the workers were making so much noise, I had to ask him to please turn it down. I don't know Case Van Wingerden very well. He has been a hardworking member of the Carpinteria Valley for many years. He is on the Carpinteria Valley Water Board. He works on many issues for our valley, for this board. He has foresight for our town, and he has a vast amount of knowledge and history to help keep the balance safe for our town and its future. This is why I don't understand why we are here in court yet again today. I don't understand how he can have the big picture for the future of Carpinteria, and yet right next door he is causing his neighbors harm. It doesn't add up. He has proof that the emissions from the vents of his greenhouses are causing harm. He knows better, and yet he won't help us right next door. Is it about money only? This is not a helpful attitude toward the future of Carpinteria. I ask that you please reconsider putting in the carbon scrubbers in your building next door to me. Thank you for your time.
We will now move to Tim Bliss, to be followed by our last speaker, Peter Dugray.
Unfortunately, I didn't take a course in speed reading. Chairman Hartman, members of the board, thank you for hearing me out on this issue. I'm Tim Bliss. We're avocado farmers, and our family property stretches from Lions Park to somewhat past the Gubernador turnoff. Our family has farmed the property for 6 generations and over 100 years. On the property is 7 residents, 6 Bliss families, 1 ranch management family, a total of 14 adults, and 6 kids. We want the cannabis industry to thrive. It is the smell and the air pollution that we object to. This is a serious problem for us. It disrupts our everyday living, and the primary polluter in our area is Valley Crest. We thank the Kate School and our neighbors for investing their precious time and money into this year-long battle. I think it's really brought us together. What tears us apart is how the issue has so divided the community. Typical of Carpinteria, however, the community by itself is forging a solution. There's a sizable group of cannabis growers that care about the community, and they're listening and compromising. And we're also listening and compromising. Trust is building, and as you all know, no progress can happen unless there's first trust. The Planning Commission is also playing a very positive role. There's a large and influential coalition coalescing around carbon scrubbers, reliable measurement at the property line, and agreed upon standards. Your decision today is pivotal. Will you encourage this positive and influential movement within Carpinteria, or are you going to discourage it and add years more to this divisiveness to the process? I urge you to support your Planning Commission. Let us move forward. Let us get the air problem solved, and let us start healing our awesome community that we're all so proud of. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. And for our last speaker, Peter Dugray.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Dugray here today on behalf of Carp Growers. We're a cannabis association of 9 responsible producers, all here on the Santa Barbara coast. Our members, importantly, strive to set best practices among cannabis farmers, and that's not just in Santa Barbara County, that's among all state farmers across California. Today that we ask that you support Valley Crest's appeal of the Planning Commission decision. Our members do take great pride in cultivating excellence. That's cultivating excellence greenhouse cannabis flower, in addition to a culture of compliance on all of our farms. We listen to neighbors, solve problems transparently in the community. This has been, as you know, a years-long permitting process, and it's led to a better cannabis farming industry. I think you'll notice it's noteworthy how few members of the community are here today. Cannabis now rivals avocados as the most popular crop in Carpinteria. Hundreds upon hundreds of members of the public have come on educational farm tours to no ill effect. There are over 1,000 employees on cannabis farms daily, swimming among the plants inside the odor abatement perimeter to no ill effect. Tristan Strauss, who's an operator with Headwaters, is a past president of our organization. His cannabis operations are known for being best in class in the state. And noteworthy, as you've heard today, Tristan was the primary person with our cannabis farmers to reach out to the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis, bring them to the table. We were light years apart with that group, and Tristan and the coalition and all of our members were able to come to an understanding and really form a way to farm cannabis that's in line with the community of Carpinteria. It was really just a point of celebration to see the two sides come together on the issue of odor in particular. A couple of examples of what we've done with our agreement with the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis is we've installed a network of weather stations in the community. With those, we're able to relate cannabis odor complaints with the weather conditions. We've been able to invest greatly in the advancement of odor control technology, including greenhouse carbon scrubbers. We're not quite there yet on that technology. But with the coalition, we work daily and we meet monthly to really have a culture of, so cultivating excellence in plants is the top priority, but also everyone on the farm is an odor abatement expert. Every farm has a point person. Everyone knows you close that door, you double bag, you container, you don't want odor to go anywhere. So it's the little things in addition to the primary odor abatement that works for that. And we want to thank the County of Santa Barbara as well, because cannabis farming has revitalized agriculture in Carpinteria. It's been an expensive process bringing these properties up to code, and we think that that facelift is great for everyone in the community. Agriculture is a pillar of Carpinteria as much as Kate School is. It's a venerable institution. We support them, and we believe will continue to coexist. Kate will continue to attract quality students and families from all over the world. And at the end of the day, this project is a crop change on a pre-existing farm.
And that is your time.
Oh, thank you.
I gave the other side a little extra,
was
so I
looking
gave
at
you
the
a little
clock on the
extra.
wall.
Sure.
Yeah, the clock on the wall goes over, so when it hits over, you are 30 seconds over. That is a
I gave you extra time.
concern I have as well, that should just end at 0, because every time somebody looks up, they see 30 seconds, but they're 30 over.
I didn't get the shot in at the buzzer, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. So now back to the applicant/appellant. You have 5 minutes rebuttal.
Thank you. So I'd like to start with, to date, we run these systems, the FOCO system at this facility, the Byers system at other facilities. We run them daily. We have for years, and we've had no complaints amongst employees or any of the visitors to our farms about any health issues related to the odor abatement system. APCD has cleared the odor abatement systems. And so our experience is that there are no health issues. These are people that are experiencing these odors daily. They're on site every single day, and they haven't ran into issues. With respect, our odor abatement plan actually encompasses residences within 1,000 feet. They will be seen as sensitive receptors, and we agree that they deserve attention. the burden is actually on us to ensure compliance. It always has been. That's why we have gone the extra mile. That's why we spent all of the past 2 years negotiating with the coalition. That's why we invested so much in employee training and in the systems that we employ throughout all of our farms, because we understand that the burden is on us. This is my sole job. At the Planning Commission, there was no consensus for this particular project. We did not have a 5-0 in support of imposing this condition. It was much more divided than that. Another benefit of the project is currently our understanding is complaints aren't being made because the responses or the complaints go into a void, for lack of a better phrase. With our OAP, we will respond. We are required to respond within 2 hours. We have a direct line of communication between our neighbors and our staff, and we will be required to respond within 2 hours and report those findings to both the county, the reporting party, and to the coalition. So the entire process will be much more transparent than it's been. And as Peter was mentioning, we are part of Carb Growers. We have been involved in the community-wide solution to this problem. At our sister facility next door, we have a weather station, one of 6 in the Carpinteria Valley, where we are trying to understand weather patterns and how those interplay with odors emanating from these various facilities, with the ultimate goal of developing odor fingerprints for our farms. So I appreciate everyone's comments today, everyone's time, supervisors and staff. But we believe this project is a model project, and we just ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes your presentation. All right, we're back to staff. Mr. Singer, did you hear anything you'd like to further explain?
Chair Hartman, yes, I have 2 points to clarify a little bit. They've both been touched on by the applicant, but I think can use a little bit more discussion. One is that there will be carbon scrubbers used on this site within the processing building in all the areas that cannabis will be processed. So the odor abatement plan does include carbon scrubbers in that form. The other point being that the County Air Pollution Control District has reviewed the proprietary formula for the vodka-benzoco formula, and that no ingredient in that is on the list of toxic air contaminants. And that is all I have to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's back to the board. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I really appreciated everyone's comments today, because I think even the fact that the nature of what we're arguing about is indicative of progress being made both in dialogue within the community, collaborative solutions, and in terms of the technology and techniques used. And I actually think this is a real tough one for a couple different reasons. One is that this technology is very efficacious. At least in terms of the people who have adopted it thus far, even though that is measured in months, not years, it seems to work a whole lot better than old carbon scrubbers. Some of my colleagues know my little chart for why carbon scrubbers used to not work. They start effective, and over time they dip geometrically in their effectiveness, and they start not using that much energy, and then they start using a lot of energy, but then they use even more to try to compensate for their loss of efficacy. These units that some of the local growers are getting out of Holland seem to somehow be able to get around that dramatic dip in efficacy, at least thus far. And thus far means 3 to 6 months, right? We do not have a long track record. And so part of that that I wrestle with is that short of an amount of time. The fact that our ordinance is like any good ordinance is meant to be technology neutral. That's why you use phrases like best available technology, because you don't want to put all your eggs in one technological basket when a year or two there's going to be, or 3, there's going to be something better. I remember the great deal of optimism that briefly swept the community after Buyers was being installed everywhere, and it turns out that was not as effective as some of us hoped. The other problem is I'm not sure that to me it's about a 50-50 whether the Planning Commission's condition is even implementable. I have been following and sometimes trying to assert myself on about 10 electrical upgrades that have been requested by different spots, different entities, because you can't run these systems without the power to run them. So it would create a false expectation of progress if you can't run them. And as a sign of how divided it was in the time, it's at least my impression that there were even City of Carpinteria staff actively discouraging Southern California Edison from doing the electrical upgrades, which I find really problematic. I was trying to encourage them because I think it's real if people want us to control odor. Most of these ones went longer, substantially longer than a year, and I have been unable to get an answer on how long this one would take. I think the other factor to consider is that the dialogue in the community has produced a protocol. And you saw that protocol up on the screen. It is a 4-step protocol, that is meant to force a grower to have very specific corrective actions. And if you haven't read it, and I know a couple of folks definitely have, I really encourage you to at least read the first 10 pages of the odor abatement plan, because it's very specific, it's very detailed as to what the grower is expected to do in lack of odor. But the flaw in all of this, and the reason why, in most of these projects in Carpinteria, I'm quite confident that permitting them and is improving odor while fostering economic survival of our community members. And I'm not as confident in this instance, and I think we might be wrestling with this in the future, is that the residences that have been most affected are not in residential zone. And that brings up a whole nother question, is like, do you frame public policy in an ag zone around the residences of an ag zone or around the businesses of agriculture? And if you tip that balance too much, then you create the exclusion of one of those two parties. So I think that in all things, in weighing all those things, I'm about 90% to the place where I would be okay with mandating as a position of policy these units. But I do not believe that we can do so ad hoc in an appeal. I say this even as someone who has attempted to shape public policy legislatively through appeals processes. I have been creative in my conditions of approval in the past. As a city council member, I was especially a troublemaker in that regard. But it is, in some cases, on very shaky ground. The Planning Commission, I appreciate their intent, but they didn't even know if it's implementable, right? And they put a condition, and I believe we are on very shaky grounds if the county were to de facto create a requirement that we did not legislate, that we just ad hoc do in an appeals process of this magnitude. But I believe there is a problem in this area. I believe that the problem in this area does not yet have a clear solution, and it bothers me intensely. I'm not sure that I think that the question of the health effects thing is, I think, outstanding, and I want to, I hope to pursue some cooperation from growers of testing some of this stuff. As someone who has suffered from asthma attacks when I represented you in Sacramento, where the air is a lot worse, by the way, I very much have empathy for that. But I also want to think about that in the same time frame as the spread of non-conforming marijuana. We had a freeway project of hundreds of millions of dollars being done in close proximity, construction, demolition, dust everywhere. And then we had our mountains all turn to ash, right? So I think, better science and some our own experimentation would be in order. And of course, it would be good if that was what people wanted on both sides, for us to shut the systems off sometimes and see what are the results at random times, document them, and make that a part of our analysis as a community. So I think, I think I empathize with the residents of this ag zone nearby, and the planning commissioners for trying to come up with this requirement. And it may be that we should push towards this requirement legislatively, but we should not, in my opinion, try to impose it quasi-judicially, because that is not what our ordinance says.
I don't see any other lights yet, but I did have a question, and that I think is for Director Plowman. And could you remind me why we measure at residential zones rather than at the property line? Was that something that the board decided, or how could you refresh my memory on that?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I was not here, but I have been informed that that was a decision that was made by the board, that it was residential zones specifically identified in the code and not the property line.
So then my question is, Kate's school really has no standing to make a complaint that would stick.
Madam Chair, that's correct.
Okay.
Not based on, I mean, they might have other complaints, but.
Odor
yeah.
complaint through our process and our existing framework. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. And I actually been wrestling with that as well. Odor as an issue for denial, or I guess with adding in this condition. But the fog code does give me pause. And so I'm wrestling with that up here. I heard you say the APCD has approved it. That's correct? That's what Mr. Singer said?
Madam Chair and Supervisors, that is correct. APCD has reviewed the proprietary formula and has determined that there are no toxic air contaminants within that formula, and it is safe for use.
That means that's not going to have any. I actually looked it up what toxic means. I didn't study this, but it says adverse biological effects. So they're making it a determination that it would produce no adverse biological effects.
APCD reviewed the proprietary formula and determined that it is safe cleared it for use with this project. And they are reviewing it in terms of the state of California requirements for toxic air contaminants. So I don't know whether or not I could say that they've reviewed it, cleared it for any, every range of potential issues. There could be nuisances or allergies associated with it that maybe it could cause.
But don't fall under those state
But
standards.
it's correct. It does not fall under the state toxic air contaminants list.
And I guess then my next question, I don't know if this is something you guys can answer or if the Valley Crest needs to answer it. The Fog Coast Solution is a smart system, so it's only used at certain times. My understanding is when events open or certain meteorological events. But the FogCo material, does that stay on site, or is there drift or waft of FogCo material off site?
I believe there is potentially the opportunity for the FogCo material to waft off site. As with any areas, there's potentially wind that could have it leave the site. And I'm sorry, I think I missed your other question.
No, I think that's actually helpful. Okay. Because what my concern is, and I want to make sure there's some pathway for recourse in the future. If there is the time when the FogCo material is determined to have some adverse biological effects, that would have to cease at some point. I mean, if that's going to be hurting even somebody that's working in agriculture, because that's how it can be. This isn't just residential use, but if you have people working in agriculture that are impacted by a material being used on a neighboring property, that's of concern. It doesn't sound like that we're there yet scientifically, but I do hear a lot of concern that gives me pause on moving forward. But I'm looking for the evidence. There's some good anecdotal stories, but I don't necessarily have anything in the record at this point for me to make a strong conclusion to make that determination. I'm actually to a place where, even I'm okay with FogCo not being on there because I don't think this project is going to be in contrary to our ordinance on cannabis smells reaching the residential zones. So that's where I'm kind of in this place where I'm trying to balance that. It's almost better without the FogCo because I feel a little bit more confident that it moves forward and that there's other means to abate odor. Something in the odor abatement plan that did give me concern was it does say that in level 2 response and level 3 response, as the operator reports the conclusions to P&D. What safeguards do we have that those are accurate conclusions? Is this what we're going to be getting with our certified hygienist at the county?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that is the process as the odor abatement plan outlines. They simply report their findings to the county, and the county enforcement and compliance staff works in coordination with the applicant, and ultimately the county is enforcing the rules of the odor abatement plan and makes the final determination to make sure that we are satisfied that they have followed the odor abatement plan according to what is approved.
So we have to make concurrence with the conclusions.
That is correct. The county staff must confirm.
Okay, so it's not just unilateral decision. Okay. All right. That's it for at this moment. Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I spent almost all my time looking over the odor abatement plan because I think this is kind of the issue that we're at now. I'm also looking at this as going back and looking at the staff report. We're 4 months away now from the 4-year anniversary of when this applicant applied for this permit. So things have changed as you move through the process, but staff has has indicated that the project complies with all the applicable policies that was laid out, and that even some of those that have changed within the 4 years. So in going through the odor abatement plan, I did want to, the things that popped to me was talking about the quote in there that says our requirement is use of the systems must have supporting documentation which meet the United States EPA's acute exposure guideline levels or similar public health threshold. Staff came back and said the deodorant, Criterion Environmental came back and said the deodorant and or neutralizing byproducts are not a public health, acute or chronic, or environmental concern with supporting documentation that meets EPA's acute exposure guideline levels or similar public health thresholds. So, and it says that it's being used successfully in a lot of other landfills, waste recycling, mining over the past 30 years. I understand there is a difference between, and I'm glad the doctor brought that up today, the difference between toxic and what could cause allergies or nuisances. But our ordinance is not written that way. And we have made many changes to the ordinance, and I'm sure there will be changes made in the future on the ordinance. But I've got to look at this one that's in front of me right now as the applicant submitted an odor abatement plan. Staff determines is consistent with the requirements of our ordinance. A certified industrial hygienist has certified that the methods and equipment are consistent with accepted industry best practice. I understand what the Planning Commission's desire was to do, and I applaud them for that. And it's something we have to look at in the future as technology improves of how we continually change and what kind of requirements we have in our ordinance. Using the term best available technology gives us that wiggle room of as new technologies come online and they prove themselves out that we can require people to have those. But it would just be I just think that the applicant has followed all requirements. I see the Kate School. I understand where Kate School is, and you're kind of in this conundrum of you're in an ag zone, but you are a school. 2,800 feet or 2,200 feet, whichever one it is still a long ways away. And I don't discount the fact that you are smelling cannabis. I'm sure that you are. But if you look at the surrounding folks that, if you just look at the amount of complaints, there's a couple of others that are nearby that have had hundreds of complaints against them. So I'm interested to hear what my other colleagues have to say, but for me, we have a project that meets our standards that we've come up with. They're 4 years into the process, and I think changing the rules at the last minute would be onerous.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I was looking at the odor control plan too. It's very detailed. It's 65 pages long, and it describes the increasing level responses that goes, from 1 through 4, I guess A through D, depending on how it's written here, I guess. And then at the end, the part that I thought was controlling for the whole conversation, it says if the best available control technology analysis, and this is at the conclusion of those 4 steps, and it implies if you still have a problem, if that best available control technology analysis concludes that a more effective odor control system is available that will resolve or materially reduce the severity of the odor causing the complaint, the operator should take all necessary steps to install the more effective odor control system as expeditiously as practicable. The operator shall obtain any applicable permits related to project changes resulting from corrective actions before implementing any new odor abatement equipment that is not identified in the OAP. The operator shall report the conclusions of its investigations, including any bona fide proprietary or trade secret information, to the department. Once these steps are completed and the odor is not detectable at the reporting location, the odor complaint shall be deemed and resolved. So to me, that says you'd install carbon scrubbers at that stage. I mean, that, particularly by the time, this operator, if it was approved, would go through all of the steps that are outlined in their plan. Enough time will have passed, I think, for there to be pretty conclusive documented evidence that the carbon scrubbers are working. I know that the coalition is working with a consultant to analyze the effectiveness of that, and I spoke with that person, and their results aren't complete, but they're very, very, very encouraging, and it seems, a reasonably short period of time, the results are going to be made public, and I think everybody will, have a sense that that is the new best available control technology. So feels to me like we do have this condition in here just from the applicant's plan, and I'd be interested in what my colleagues think about that.
Supervisor Williams and then Nelson.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're going to wrestle with is this ag zone versus residential zone. Though I would say that the distance to the residences, so just for background in case for the people who don't know the geography, probably for most, until like a couple months ago, I drove by each one of these folks and up right next to the residences at Kate's school once or twice a day, 4 days a week. So I have a pretty good sample size of what's going on, anecdotal sample size, I suppose. There is significant odor right on the road, and I understand why that bothers people, but our ordinance doesn't protect roads and it doesn't protect people from whiffing it as they drive by. The intention of the ordinance is to protect residences. And then that's where the sticky issue of, well, what about residences in the ag zone? But there are and by the time you get up to Kate, when it's odor with my level of receptivity, sometimes there's a little bit of odor. It's not like what it's down on the road, but it does exist. The distance is significant. There are residentially zoned neighborhoods closer than Kate, and definitely closer than the residences at Kate. And so I think where this is probably headed is if the odor from these 4 or 5 facilities continues, then we may be headed to this technology in any case, because that's what the odor abatement program or the plan says. In which case, the grower should be saving money to be purchasing these units.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, I'm still stuck on FODCO. So if FODCO at some point shows a negative medical or economic impact on a neighbor that's walking to, that would no longer be able to be used? Because I don't want to set up a system here where we're deciding this project will have the neighbors would have to live with those negative impacts. So I think what I like to see is if it is proven, because right now I don't have the evidence in the record that exists, but if it is proven that this material is providing a negative impact on its neighbors, medically or economically, that I don't think we should approve that kind of project. So if there's a mechanism where that would stop, if that was ever determined, and I don't know it's not going to be up here on the dais that we decide that, but right now APCD says no. We don't have anything from public health, and we do have some anecdotal stories, but that's the part where I want to make sure there's a little bit more teeth in this, or I need some assurances for me to be able to move forward. I don't want to see these unintended consequences for those neighbors and not have an opportunity for recourse for this to be removed. I think they still may be able to operate without FODCO and still be able to comply with the odor abatement plan without FODCO. So I don't think that's a key to the approval of the project, but I don't want the community to be stuck with that if it ends up being a problem.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So that's kind of a complicated question. But what I would say is if we had a determination from a public health agency that this was a product that had adverse health impacts and should not be used, we would certainly follow that protocol.
And then they would be able to adjust their plan, because that'd be new
Correct.
information, to fit with this. Okay.
Correct.
All right, I just need that confidence, because that's the place that gives me the most pause with this. And I do think, this isn't a place to write new legislation, but I am interested in adjusting and phasing in carbon scrubbers if that continues to be the best available technology throughout the industry. So, but that's not today. Thank you.
Director Plowman, could you remind me again how backed is determined initially at the outset?
Yeah, so, Madam Chair, our code requires that industrial hygienists certify that this is, the products that they're using to mitigate odor are best available control technology. So we rely on these certified hygienists to determine that. And we have a process that we've laid out and talked about today, which shows that if it's determined that it's not the best available control technology in that it's not functioning properly and achieving what its goal is, the odor abatement plan goal, then we change to the next tier of technology.
So,
And I think maybe one example has been that the director in the past, as I understand it, has sent out a letter to growers of some things that don't constitute best backed, correct? Is that I'm referring to, a letter you put out about what constitutes backed in the past.
Supervisor Williams, maybe I'm having a senior moment. I do remember writing a letter. I don't remember the exact contents of it this time. But, I mean, we try to work closely with these hygienists. We're going to be having a consultant that's going to help us with this, that has more experience in working with this type of technology. And so I think that's where we are to date with it.
right. Well, personally, I come from background in EPA and a regulatory framework where backed is defined, and it is the best available technology. Here we've got something that's masking. We've got an area where there's clearly odor problems and complaints, and we have an option of using, or over a period of time, requiring something we know to be a better technology. And I think what I hear you saying is we're deferring to a hygienist. I guess the problem is in our ordinance or in our interpretation, but it seems to me that we're adopting an inferior technology when we have a better one right at hand.
So, Madam Chair, I think the way I would respond to that is we have a code that outlines the options for people to use, and that's the way it was drafted from its inception. So if it works sufficiently to meet the requirements of the code, which is not detectable in residential zones, then they can continue to use it. So I understand why it's a little, I don't want to say confusing, but there seems to be like that we might be at odds in our own ordinance.
Yeah. I mean, there have been many odor complaints, and so
right,
that's
right.
where I'm struggling.
Right. So there are, not everybody has their permit in Carpinteria still. We are still working on producing those permits, which will be more helpful because
but they're already using odor control technology,
They
right?
are.
And probably backed.
Many growers are using them, but not all.
I want to just insert something. I think people's understanding of how many and how recently people have installed these systems may be off. The longest one that I know of has been out there for 6 months. The longest. So this is still new.
I'm sorry, you mean this particular brand of vapor control?
No, the specific control technology that the Planning Commission was attempting to mandate.
Oh, the scrubbers.
The scrubbers, these, Dutch carbon scrubbers that supposedly don't have as much of a fall off and efficacy over time. The grower that I know of that has done it the longest has had it for 6 months. So everybody else has had it for like 3 months or shorter, right? And so
That's an important
the
point. We don't know yet.
Yeah, the possible benefits are out there, and they could be getting better, but it's still very new.
Well, I guess everybody's explaining their rationale. For me, this is a really frustrating case because I'm so frustrated with the ordinance, and I really feel like we should be measuring at the property line, and we've already got odor in this area, and so I'm really struggling. Do you go along with the law even if the law is unjust? So, I guess we need a motion. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just bringing it up. Well, I would, and I think everybody made really good points today. I'll move staff recommendations A through D, which is granting the appeal, making the required findings for approval specified in attachment 1, including CEQA, and determine that the previously certified PEIR is adequate. No subsequent environmental review is required, and then grant de novo approval of the proposed project, subject to the conditions included in attachment 2.
Thank you. And Supervisor Williams, did you want to second that?
I will second that, though I think the answer to the question that you ask is that if there is a flaw in the ordinance, and I hate to say this because it's a very, then we should address it in the ordinance. That is the lawful way to do this. And that why I am just as frustrated by this specific case as you are. I feel confident that all the other cases where we have approved projects in Carpinteria, that it's part of the improving the situation over the non-conforming regime and making rules, making things in place. And this one, I really hope that the operator and the property owner will be very diligent, because I am very afraid that this is a tweener, something that will require more work.
Supervisor Hart.
Well, and I'm looking at it as it's stated in the odor abatement plan on page 14, that, if the complaints continue and all of the steps have been complied with by the operator, unsuccessfully resulting in odor continuing to be an issue, that the best available control technology is going to be employed. And that seems pretty black and white to me.
Until you try to really figure out where the odor is coming from.
No, that's their I think that's their problem, and to make a case that it isn't them. And otherwise, they've got a problem, they've got complaints, they need to do something to solve those problems and address that complaint. And on page 14, it says installation of the best available control technology.
Director Plowman, if there's a complaint, say at Kate's school, and they don't know where the odor is coming from, how do you address that?
Well, Madam Chair, I think we've covered that territory, which is that at Kate's school, they're in an agricultural zone. So unless the board wanted to take a different direction on how the code was worded, and there are, there's questions about whether or not that's the property line is the appropriate location, given it is agriculture and that sets a precedent for other agriculture. I think that was part of what went into the decision-making process. So no, at Cade School, that doesn't trigger a inspection the way it would if it was picked up in a residential zone. But I think as we've heard today, there are residential zones that are closer than the residences at Cade School. And presumably we will be getting, if there is odor coming from this facility, we would be getting complaints not just from Cade School, but these other residences that would trigger an investigation of what was happening at the facility. Plus, we have the condition, the standard condition we are now using, which is we're going to be going out on a quarterly basis for the first year. So it's not just complaint driven anymore in Carpinteria. We go out for the first year on a quarterly basis to make sure that it is functioning. And now we're going to have finally have our consultant, and it's been much too long in waiting to receive this contract, but we will have somebody to help us make those determinations.
Right. And I'm sorry to put you on the spot for things you've already said, but I think up here we tend to assume that our ordinance works in reality like we hope it would. And I think I've heard time and again that identifying the source of odors is not a science. We don't have the signature yet. And so to pretend that it all works is something I can't, in all honesty, do. Supervisor Hart?
Well, I just wanted to, one last thing is to ask the applicant to talk about how much time is involved or specified in these steps, the 4 steps, the level 1, 2, 3, and 4 responses. How much time, if those were all being done in sequence, what would it take to go through those 4 levels in the way that you described that you're responding to each of those? Is there a time summary that you could give us?
Supervisor Hart, through the chair. I don't have a direct time from beginning to end, but if the odor is still existing, we progressively go through the tiers. So we start with tier 1. If the odor is still occurring at the location within, I believe it's 24 hours, we move to tier 2. If the odor is still existing at the location, the reporting location, we then move to tier 3. Tier 3 might take a little bit longer. That's where we would have to get our industrial hygienist out. That's when we'd have to do a much more thorough review of the system. So that could take anywhere from a very short period of time to, I can't recall off the top of my head what the OAP says, but 72 hours to something to that degree. Then we would of course have to implement that technology. And then if it's still an issue at the reporting location, that's when we would go to tier 4, which is potentially rethinking the entirety of our odor abatement control system. So I think the initial steps can go very quick to know whether or not there's a reoccurring problem that really has to be addressed with engineers and professional services.
So getting through steps 1 through 3, a week.
Yes.
Then step 4 is when you kind of say, wow, this isn't working. We got to figure out something else. We bring in the industrial engineer and reevaluate everything. And then, that's presumably when you might say, okay, well, it looks like we need the scrubbers.
Actually, the scrubbers can be employed in step 3, even earlier than that. So if it's actually a problem that's verifiable, that is being reported to us, we will go ahead and move to those next tiers. So step 3 contemplates the installation of alternative technologies, including regenerative carbon scrubbers. Step 4 is really, we can't figure this out given everything that we've known to date, and we really have to rethink our entire process, and including the activities that we're performing on site potentially. So step 4 is basically throwing up our hands and saying we don't know how to solve this, and we're willing to change our operations. We're willing to install completely new technologies to get this under control. So the regenerative carbon scrubbers could come even sooner than that if there is a persistent and reoccurring problem.
Well, the condition from the Planning Commission said that they would have to install the carbon scrubbers within a year. So it sounds like, in actual fact, we have the potential to have the carbon scrubbers required much sooner than a year by our action. Is that fair to say?
It could be, correct.
Yeah, I mean, OAP, each trigger is 8 to 24 hours, except with a 3 calendar day notification of the conclusion. So it's very rapid, and of course, that's also an issue with the electrical network of Carpinteria, as anybody who's experienced, the lack of reliability in Carpinteria's electrical system can tell you. So I think this speaks to that we have a lot to do to upgrade the grid, for applicants to upgrade their electrical systems, because if this happened, that would be the eventual conclusion.
And the only nuance in this that is sort of vague at this point is, is the odor detectable at a residentially zoned parcel that would trigger all of these things?
Well, under our odor abatement plan, we've voluntarily agreed to expand that. So we're not limiting it to residentially zoned parcels. We're limiting it to any parcel with a residence within 1,000 feet. So all of the neighbors that have appealed, they're all encompassed by our odor abatement plan. We're not saying that because they live on ag, we're ignoring them. Quite the opposite. We're voluntarily agreeing to increase the reach of our odor abatement plan and what we're trying to achieve.
And that's a really important point, and that is enforceable.
Yeah,
And
I really appreciate that you said that on the record. That's going to take some diligence and work.
And everybody on our team knows that we have that captured in the conditions of approval, and that this is not gray, it's black and white. All right, well, this has been really helpful.
Well, we have a motion. We need a second.
I will second.
And any further discussion? And I just wanted to say that I really do appreciate how far you've gone and how collaborative the coalition and the cannabis industry has worked. And I think we're still, I'm still concerned that you can do operational changes that might control the odor for a while when somebody's there, but doesn't really deal with the problem. So I'm still on the fence about this, but Madam Clerk, I don't see any other lights up here, so would you call the vote, please?
Supervisor Lavanino.
Aye.
Supervisor Williams.
Aye.
Supervisor Hart.
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson.
Aye.
And Chair Hartman.
Abstain.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right. We will soon recess to close session. First, we need to hear from County Council what is in store for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. In closed session today, the board is considering one case of existing litigation, Scott versus County of Santa Barbara, which is a Santa Barbara County Superior Court case. One case of anticipated litigation, significant exposure to civil litigation, with one case based on facts and circumstances listed in the agenda, and conference with labor negotiators for Santa Barbara County Deputy Sheriff's Association and SEIU Local 620. Agency designated representatives are CEO Miyasato and Human Resources Director De Grovera, and the time estimate is 1 hour.
Okay. I'll say we'll be back at 1:45, just because that'll give us a little cushion. And I know that there are a lot of people interested in the next issue, so I don't want them to come too early. All right. After closed session, we're reconvening the October 4th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam County Counsel, will you report out from closed session?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session, one case of existing litigation, Scott versus County of Santa Barbara, one case of anticipated litigation, with significant exposure to civil litigation, and the details are listed in the agenda, and conference with labor negotiators, Santa Barbara County Deputy Sheriff's Association, SEIU Local 620, and the board took no reportable action.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you read departmental item number 2 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a building electrification ordinance.
Mr. Chepchin.
Thank you, Chair Hartman. Good afternoon, and members of the board. So we're here before you, your board today to get direction regarding options for regulating natural gas infrastructure in new buildings, additions, and alterations. Natural gas, which is methane, is approximately 25 times more potent as a greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide over a 100-year span. More importantly, the emissions from methane have a substantial short-term impact on the atmosphere due to global warming potential of methane. I think we've all seen news coverage of people all over the world experiencing extreme weather conditions. We're currently in a severe drought in California. The globe is seeing extreme droughts, extreme hurricanes, extreme storms, and extreme heat. Just this morning, one of the front page headlines in the LA Times read, "Driest 3 years ever in California." And scientists predict extreme swings from wet to dry conditions continuing in our future. It seems the climate situation has become dire. We come to you today with a timely issue. So with this introduction, I'll turn this presentation over to Ashley Watkins, our Sustainability Division Director, and Garrett Wong, our Program Manager.
Ms. Watkins.
Sorry, George, I stole the mic from you a little bit early. Apologies. Good afternoon, supervisors. So just want to give you a little bit of a roadmap for our presentation today. We'll start off with some background information, just revisiting board direction regarding this item, discuss natural gas and its uses and why building electrification is a really important strategy to reducing carbon emissions. We know energy reliability is really top of mind right now with the recent heat storms, as the state is calling them. So we'll discuss that. We also have 2 representatives from Southern California Edison, Joshua Torres and Jay Madden, who can talk about some of the plans that the utilities have to ensure that they can maintain our grid reliability. And then we'll move into talking about the 4 policy options that we've been researching. We're recommending policy option 4, develop a local ordinance that prohibits natural gas in new construction, citing health and safety concerns. And then we'd like to get your input on what sort of exclusions or exemptions you may be interested in incorporating into the potential ordinance, if that is the option that you choose to move forward with. And I just want to make it clear for the public as well that while we've started to do some outreach and education, we're really at the very beginning of this process. We have formed an advisory group and are starting to do some outreach, but there will be a lot of time to get feedback from stakeholders and the public as part of this process. So we'll talk about some of those outreach engagement efforts as well. And then finally, just want to note that we've also got a lot of feedback from our ag community, and we are very sensitive to their concerns, and we just want to assure the board and the ag community that we will work very closely with them to make sure that this ordinance doesn't have any sort of unintended consequences. And with that, I wanted to introduce Garrett Wong, who's our Climate Program Manager. Also wanted to mention that we have a lot of resources to help us move forward this potential ordinance. So we have Bo White with Negawatt Consulting and George Burmeister with Colorado Energy Group. They've been working with us to provide technical assistance on developing these ordinances as well as doing public outreach.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, George. Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and members of the board. As Ashley mentioned, my name is Garrett Wong, and I'm the Climate Program Manager for the county. When we last were with you, we were requesting direction to work on early climate actions that we could take in advance of developing or adopting our countywide climate action plan. One recommendation was, as Ashley mentioned, to develop an ordinance to restrict natural gas infrastructure, increase energy efficiency performance at electric vehicle charging infrastructure for new construction and major renovations. That was actually on April 5th, not August 5th, apologies. And so we've, as Ashley mentioned, we've been exploring various policy options and been conferring with technical experts and stakeholders in a preliminary phase to explore what pathways the county can take towards meeting these goals. As was already mentioned, methane is 25% more potent than carbon dioxide as a greenhouse warming gas. Natural gas is a fossil fuel, and it is assumed that leaks from the methane infrastructure, the natural gas infrastructure, are responsible for approximately 1 to 3% leakage. And so while this may appear to be a small amount of leakage, due to the potency of methane, its impact can be outsized. When we ignite and combust methane in a building or in a home, it can significantly affect air quality and safety. Indoor air quality can be much worse than outdoor air quality due to the fact that we're combusting natural gas inside the building. Children tend to have a higher risk of developing chronic respiratory conditions and illnesses as a result of this as well. Natural gas infrastructure is also prone to disasters like earthquakes, explosions, or significant leaks like the incident at Aliso Canyon. And while there are existing and new sources of renewable gas, like our wastewater treatment plants or dairy digesters and hydrogen, the estimated supply of renewable natural gas is not nearly enough to supplement the existing consumption of fossil fuel natural gas, and that should be reserved for those sectors that are hard to electrify. So why building electrification? Buildings account for, energy use in buildings account for more than 1/3 of the county's carbon emissions. And building electrification is just one strategy amongst a host of strategies that will include regulations and incentives that will have to be implemented in order to reach the county's and the state's goals to reduce carbon emissions. At the Energy Forum hosted by the Econ Alliance this year, Sarah Saltzer of the Stanford Center for Carbon Storage gave the keynote address, in which she concluded that, among other things, we must electrify everything and decarbonize the grid. Building electrification presents the county with one of the most cost-effective means of reducing carbon emissions. The technology is commercially available and offers the least cost option to avoid future emissions and avoid stranding assets and infrastructure into the future. We recognize that there lies some tension between building electrification and concerns with grid reliability. Last month, during a historic heat wave, Californians received an urgent message on their phones to conserve as much energy as possible to avoid outages. Extreme heat, wildfires, and public safety power shutoffs pose a constant threat to the utility grid because of climate change and will continue to do so. As mentioned before, the gas system is also vulnerable as well. And during power outages, gas appliances are either unable to operate or are unsafe to do so and not recommended. A policy affecting new construction would not significantly change the overall demand for electricity. And the transition to all electric buildings will continue to be gradual. Over that same period of time, investments will continue to be made in clean and reliable energy sources that support customers' energy reliability, as well as reliability in the electric grid. It's important to note where the county's policies would stand in relationship to the state and general market conditions. In 2023, a new building and energy code will come to effect statewide. The code will require solar panels and battery energy systems for non-residential buildings. It will impose new energy efficiency standards for commercial greenhouses, as well as improve energy efficiency and energy performance. Residential buildings, already required to have solar since 2020, will be required to be what we call electric ready, with an adequate amount of electrical capacity and outlets for future electric appliances. They'll have to meet energy budgets that will make the use of heat pumps more prevalent. The California Air Resources Board is currently developing a new scoping plan to achieve the state's carbon reduction goals. In order to do so, the scoping plan assumes that all electric residential buildings will be standard by 2026, and commercial buildings will be all electric by 2029. More recently, CARB voted to ban the sale of natural gas heaters, water heaters, and furnaces by 2030. The California Public Utilities Commission also recently voted to eliminate gas subsidies for line extensions, saving ratepayers hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. The Public Utilities Commission will also consider whether to phase out incentives for energy efficiency measures that continue to promote the use of natural gas. Complementing the statewide regulatory framework towards electrification are numerous incentive programs and funding sources from Central Coast Community Energy, the Tri-County Regional Energy Network, utilities, state, and federal government. And we can go into detail if desired during discussion with use of our backup slides. Today we're presenting 4 policy options for you to consider to encourage or require all electric buildings. The first being a carbon impact fee, the second to lower greenhouse gas thresholds of significance, third, develop a local energy ordinance that discourages or regulates natural gas infrastructure, and then 4, develop a local ordinance that prohibits natural gas infrastructure. So the first option is to develop a carbon impact fee. This would be a development impact fee that would estimate the amount of carbon a project would generate through construction and usage of natural gas. The cost of the fee could be tied to the value of the project, or potentially the societal cost of carbon, or perhaps the cost of retrofitting an existing building. An impact fee would allow for choice, but it sends a market signal that encourages avoiding natural gas altogether. The fee could generate some revenue for such a retrofit program, but would be limited and finite given the general trend in statewide policy. We do not recommend this option as it would take a considerable amount of time and resources to develop a fee and mitigation program, and also the fee would not guarantee the avoidance of expanded natural gas infrastructure. The second option is to lower the county's greenhouse gas emissions thresholds of significance. The thresholds are used for larger projects that need to avoid or mitigate local and regional impacts. The interim thresholds are currently set at 300 metric tons, which is equivalent to roughly over 60,000 square feet of single-family homes, or 26,000 square feet of commercial real estate. Lowering the thresholds could capture more projects, but would still not guarantee the avoidance of natural gas infrastructure because other means to lower or even offset emissions are still available to project applicants. The third option would be to develop a local energy ordinance. These local energy codes, or REACH codes, go beyond state requirements for energy efficiency, and when doing so, local jurisdictions must demonstrate that the code is cost-effective and must obtain approval from the Energy Commission. There's yet even another pathway within this option. A local jurisdiction could require a building to be all electric, but not more energy efficient than what is already required by the state. This would avoid the need for approval from the Energy Commission. We do not recommend this option for several reasons. The compliance pathways are more complicated for the applicant when using the energy code. Obtaining CEC approval delays implementation of our local policies. The pathway opens the possibility potentially for less regional consistency. And finally, not mentioned here on the slide though, a local energy code would become obsolete within 3 years when the state code is updated. The last option is to develop a local ordinance that regulates and effectively prohibits the extension of natural gas infrastructure, utilizing the county's police powers through the California Health and Safety Code. This is a relatively straightforward and simple approach to ensure compliance in perpetuity. This option is recommended because it would be permanent, effective, and relatively easy to enforce. It would provide regional consistency with the city of Santa Barbara and the county of Ventura, which is also developing a similar policy. And it would help the county meet its carbon emission reduction goals. So here is a table that helps to summarize all the 4 options with the associated pros and cons, as well as where these policies have already been implemented. As Ashley mentioned, we have already initiated this process, but we're still in early stages. As we develop the policy, what we're requesting from the board is direction on what considerations we should take into account, such as applicability and exemptions and effective dates. While we recommend that the ordinance apply to as many building types as possible, we also want to ensure it is technically feasible and cost-effective. And following this meeting, staff will work closely with internal and external stakeholders to vet and finalize applicability and exemptions. For reference, the city of Santa Barbara, which adopted its natural gas ban last year and came effect into January, the city offers an exemption pathway primarily for restaurants, laboratories, and clean rooms, or projects where electrification is deemed not feasible or perhaps not in the public interest. We've already begun to work with the utilities, the Tri-County Regional Energy Network, and the cities of Goleta and Carpinteria to coordinate our outreach and engagement in policy development. An advisory committee was held last month, and a second meeting along with a public workshop are scheduled for this month. Throughout the process, staff intend to present and receive feedback at the Chambers of Commerce and at the Ag Advisory Committee. All of this happens against a background in which the Tri-County Regional Energy Network and the Central Coast Green Building Chapter and other organizations continue to provide trainings, forums, and other events to local industry, stakeholders, and contractors about building electrification. So we thank you for your time, and we look forward to your questions and discussion.
Thank you. Do any members of the board have questions at this time? Madam Clerk, let's go to public comment.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we will begin on Zoom with Susan Petrovich to be followed by Andy Caldwell.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
You're coming very loud but unclear.
Okay, I'll lower my voice. Is that better?
That is much better. But now we've lost you. Ms. Petrovich, are you still there?
I'm here again.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'll start again. Thank you. I was trapped for almost 2 weeks during the debris flow, and thanks to my gas stove, I was able to at least cook food once in a while. So that's something that certainly needs to be taken into account with climate change, probably causing many more of these long power outages. But mainly, I would urge you to apply this requirement to new construction, not to remodels, as the city of Santa Barbara does. I'm surprised that your staff wouldn't have included that on their presentation. Of course, gas is less expensive than electricity, and but this would require a very expensive retrofit for existing houses, including dismantling of walls and ceilings to make that change. So we'd also have to displace tenants, and it would of course result in rent increases because the owners of these properties, including me, would be unable to bear this cost alone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Responsible landowners responsible landlords in the county of Santa Barbara tend to keep their rents at reasonable rates, but that means they can't afford this kind of reconstruction of their properties. I personally have invested in several apartment buildings all of my life, and I avoid raising rents, but you would be punishing me and my tenants by imposing this burden unless you plan to underwrite the cost of making these retrofits. this is even more essential for older landlords and their tenants because the landlords rely on the rents for their sole income. If you drive them out of business, the newcomers tend to be out-of-towners who buy up these properties and they jack up the rents immediately. Most landlords pass electric costs on to tenants, so they will be bearing the cost even of the ongoing change in a more expensive source of energy. So I would ask that you reconsider and not apply this to existing buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, Supervisor Williams had a question for staff. So before we go to the next speaker.
That public comment just brought up a question that I want to make sure I clarified. Option 4 is for new construction, not for existing.
Major modifications.
Correct. It is for new construction, but we're suggesting that it include additions and alterations. What the parameters are for what is considered an addition or an alteration could be a point of discussion for the board. I'd point to what the city did in terms of sort of like the percentage of the roof structure that's, being demolished and those types of metrics for determining whether it's considered new construction. But if, you're sitting in your home and you're not planning on doing any sort of major construction, no, we would not be trying to force you to electrify your home, but there are generous rebates and incentives that could help you do that if you want to voluntarily.
You were reading my mind because that was the next question I was going to go to. What are the, obviously in areas outside of the city of Santa Barbara, it would be 3CE as electrification incentive. How does that work? And what's the, and I assume that the city has one too, right?
Yeah, and Garrett can actually pull up the incentive slides, and while he's doing that, I could speak to it verbally, but 3C Red has a program for multifamily properties that's pretty generous. We've actually just doubled our incentives for that. We also have a single family program where we're measuring your energy use at the meter and then measuring it again after you've installed certain measures, and we're paying you based on the amount of energy you're reducing. Central Coast Community Energy is partnering with a statewide program called TEC to provide anywhere from $2,000 to $3,800 for heat pump electric equipment, and that could be for air conditioning and heating as well as water heating. And they also have a multifamily electrification program that's focused specifically on new housing development. And then there just continues to be more and more funding that we're seeing that will potentially come through the state and federal government mostly via tax credits for heat pump technologies, and those will go into effect in 2023.
Great, thank you.
Back to public comment, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chair Hartman. We will now go to Andy Caldwell to be followed by Brian Troutman.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CalAIM. We kind of have a feeling how this vote's going to go, and if it does, we do ask that you would exempt all ag uses and ag zoning for all the reasons mentioned in the AAC, Farm Bureau, and CalAIM letters. We wish, though, that you would just defer to the state. We don't know why you feel like you have to jump the gun when, in fact, the state, it looks like it's going to mandate this anyway. And the other thing that the board never wants to talk about is, for instance, the LA Times recently reported that discarded solar panels right now are likely contaminating landfills. And one of the reasons for this, in the last year, a mere 335 panels in the entire state of California were accepted for recycling, 335. Whereas, as the LA Times reports in a different report, in the next decade, they're expecting to receive hundreds of millions of panels in California alone. So you can talk about natural gas leakage and all that sort of stuff. But the fact is the alternative that you're pushing for is not green. I've talked with Supervisor Williams about the child labor in the Congo, the rest of the manufacturing happening in China, fired by coal. It's not a green industry. And in fact, the honest environmentalists of years ago used to call natural gas the bridge fuel because they did believe that coal was dirty, but natural gas burns clean enough that we do burn it in our homes. And finally, I am grateful that staff at least mentioned this, but I still think they glossed over it a little bit. And that is during this recent heat wave, as you well know, within a week of governor saying we're going to all electric vehicles, he had to ask electric vehicle owners to please not charge your car because we don't have enough electricity. Then they had to extend the life of Diablo a couple of years because we don't have enough electricity. Well, in the Western States Consortium that we rely on for our energy, upwards of 80% of that energy is coming from non-renewable sources. And again, this should be in the staff report. The other issue is if all homes are going to be going all electric, why do you still feel the need to mandate that they don't use gas when in reality the electricity could nearly be free? There's a lot of ethical questions we wish that you would debate on this issue rather than command and control mandates. Thank you.
Next, we have Brian Troutwine, and to be followed by Paul Pointier.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. I'm Brian Troutwine, Senior Analyst and Watershed Program Director with EDC. EDC supports a local ordinance that prohibits natural gas infrastructure in new construction, additions, and alterations. The proposed ordinance will be consistent with the county's efforts to curb greenhouse gas emissions and move toward clean energy. The ordinance should ensure 100% electrification in all new buildings to reduce the health and environmental impacts of natural gas and attain the county's climate goals. It's the right thing to do and the ethical thing to do for our children and future generations. We support option 4 as the single most effective and lowest cost measure to reduce carbon emissions. Gas combustion by appliances inside our home produces nitrogen dioxide, nitric oxide, formaldehyde, and soot, which can cause respiratory disease and even lead to death. Gas bills even come with a Prop 65 warning because of the cancer threat posed by natural gas. And there's a significantly higher risk of asthma in children living in homes with gas stoves. Natural gas also poses the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. And we hear on the news of homes blowing up due to natural gas. In fact, there was a house fire, a natural gas fire during the Montecito debris flow. In addition to the public health benefits, option 4 will combat climate change. Buildings result in a significant percentage of greenhouse gas emissions. The ordinance would help the county residents and protect them from the impacts of climate change, including droughts, dangerous heat, sea level rise, fires, and debris flows. Climate change causes extinction of wildlife. It impacts our water supplies and threatens agriculture in Santa Barbara County. Methane is over 25 times stronger than carbon dioxide at trapping heat. Leaks like Aliso Canyon, and fugitive emissions from natural gas production significantly worsen climate change. The future is in green, renewable energy and battery storage. The ordinance would help the county plug into that bright future. Electrification, renewable energy, plus battery storage would increase energy self-sufficiency and resiliency during public safety power shutdowns. It would discourage proliferation of gas infrastructure, which locks us into dangerous and costly fossil fuels for decades. We don't have decades. Natural gas is not a bridge, it's a barrier to renewable energy. Today is a golden opportunity for the county to take a step toward carbon neutrality, to attain our climate goals, and fulfill our duty to future generations. Thank you for being a leader in the fight against climate change.
We will now go to Paul Poirier to be followed by Lee Heller.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Paul Poirier. I'm a local architect, and I'm the advocacy chair for the Central Coast Green Building Council, and I also serve on the AIA California Committee on the Environment. And a couple of years ago, in 2019, the American Institute of Architects made addressing climate change the top priority for that national organization. Because as architects, we feel that the built environment is causing climate change to some extent, and that we want to do everything in our power to kind of reverse climate change and build buildings that are better for the environment as opposed to worse for the environment. So AIA California and the Central Coast Green Building Council both support an electrification ordinance. Santa Barbara County and Santa Barbara have both been leaders in environmental efforts over the years, and embarrassingly so, we live in the mildest climate zone in California, if not the nation. And I think there are already like 48 other jurisdictions that have electrification ordinances in California. So you're getting a little bit late to the show, but certainly we should continue that history of climate leadership and adopt this electrification ordinance to show that there are counties in the state, amongst many, that are working together to do the right thing. And when California is able to adopt a statewide electrification ordinance, we'll already be up to speed here with how to do it. I'm personally involved with a lot of education through AIA California, AIA Santa Barbara, and the USGBC in California to teach architects and contractors about how to do all electric buildings. Very easy to do. We built the new office for the Forest Service in Solvang, California. That is all electric. The reason we did it was because it was less expensive, because there was no natural gas run to the building in the Mercantile Center where their building was going to be. So we did what we need to do, which is go all electric. And they have a solar array planned where they'll be able to get net zero carbon and net zero electric when they install that as well. I also have other clients in the city of Santa Barbara who are converting their apartment buildings to all electric from natural gas, because combined with putting solar panels on the roof, it's going to lower their operating costs and make them make more money on their housing projects. So I think there's a lot of fear about the unknown, but certainly for single family residential, multifamily residential, and commercial buildings, going all electric is the way to go for the future. So just the AIA Santa Barbara also supports this, and we'd be happy to talk to you about the specifics of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lee Heller to be followed by Michael Lynch.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I am not going to repeat what I said in the email that I sent you late last week, because you'll hear plenty of that from other people, but I do want to reinforce what a previous speaker said about the health costs of natural gas in homes. It is not a clean gas from a medical perspective. And it's also much more powerful as a greenhouse gas than carbon. So as the county faces its shortfall in trying to reduce GHGs, this is a really good place to start. I wanted to take issue with what Susan Petrovich said about the expense in remodels. I did a remodel 2.5 years ago from a house, an older house that had gas to electric, and there are no tearing out of walls. You work with the existing electric infrastructure. With much older homes, it is necessary to upgrade the electrical panel, but you're going to have to do that anyway in a remodel with a lot of new stuff, because frankly, modern appliances like refrigerators need more power than older ones did. Yes, it's also true that if we have a sustained electrical outage, you can cook with gas, but you can't cook with electric. But that's where it's a good idea to have a little Weber grill, a little $15 Weber grill, and some charcoal briquettes handy. And a lot of people have those anyway because they like to grill, even vegans. I do understand the resistance to more regulation. I know that's probably the biggest obstacle for our North County colleagues. But I want to point out that we already do so much in the way of regulating construction for public safety, both in individual homes and for the community, that this is consistent with the ways in which we use regulation to advance the needs of the community. So I really hope you will go with option 4, the staff recommendation, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We have Michael Lynch to be followed by Michael Chiakas. Michael, we've unmuted you. You may need to unmute yourself on your end.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you for waiting for me. I don't understand the technology very well, obviously. My name is Michael Lynch. I'm a Santa Barbara County resident. First, I want to thank you for even coming up with this. I mean, I know it's what you're supposed to do, but still, I am so impressed that our county will consider this. I am adamantly supporting option 4. I personally live in an all-electric home. It's an older all-electric home. And even with the older electric appliances, it works fine. It's just wonderful. And I'm so glad not to have gas in the house. I want to thank the AIA for speaking about how this works. And I wanted to point out that exemption, I'm concerned about the exemptions actually, because I know that ag zoning is a big issue. And I hope that you will not simply exempt people in an ag zone, but rather consider on a case-by-case basis whether something that is agricultural needs to be exempted. Because plenty of people are in ag zones, but they're not actually doing substantial agriculture. And a small-scale agriculture might not be appropriate to exempt from this. And I'm just concerned that it's a fear of the unknown that is stopping people from wanting to have this done. And if we don't do it, if we don't act aggressively, we're going to continue with the status quo. And the status quo is killing us. It's killing our environment. It's harming our health. So please move this forward as quickly as you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move to Michael Chiakas, to be followed by Nadia Abushanab.
Hello, this is Michael Chiakos, Director of Climate Policy at Community Environmental Council. And CEC has been advancing environmental solutions in our region for over 50 years and supports the staff recommendation for option 4. This approach is simpler, longer lasting, more effective, and provides regional consistency. All electric homes are less expensive to build, safer to live in, and more sustainable. I've reviewed the public comment letters, and many opponents are worried about the economic feasibility of all electric homes, but they don't cite any evidence. The staff report references the California Energy Codes report that found all electric construction saves more than $6,000 per home, or $3,000 per unit for multifamily. The savings will grow next year as the PUC is ending the ratepayer subsidy for natural gas hookups, which will save $164 million per year. There's also the new federal IRA bill that offers $2,000 per heat pump, along with state and local incentives. Quicker electrification leads to more affordable housing, which we probably all agree we need more of. There's also been lots of worrying about electrification leading to blackouts. Instead of laymen pontificating, how about we let grid planners handle this? As SCE mentioned in their comment letter, all electric neighborhoods don't have significantly higher peak demand than mixed fuel neighborhoods, as they are highly efficient with flatter demand profiles. California has only had 2 rolling blackouts in 2 decades, both in 2020. We just survived an unprecedented heat wave with record all-time peak demand with no blackouts. Statewide, we now have more than 3,000 megawatts of battery storage, or 1.5 times what Diablo nuclear plant produces. And this was all built in 2 years. Grid planners are preparing for an all-electric future. There's also concern that this ordinance is meaningless virtual signaling, as the carbon emissions will be modest. Climate action takes many smaller options adding up, as there is no silver bullet. This ordinance is actually one of the most effective things a local government can do. We can't keep digging ourselves deeper in the climate hole by hooking up new natural gas that will pollute for decades. Speaking of global problems, it is the responsibility of wealthy nations like us, which have put the most carbon in the atmosphere, to develop and scale the solutions. People in Pakistan who are suffering right now through the worst floods ever didn't put the carbon in the atmosphere. We did. This is a moral issue that severely impacts the most needy, and we need to lead on the solutions. My family replaced our natural gas furnace with a heat pump last year. We didn't have to tear out any walls. It works great and is 3 to 4 times more efficient than our old natural gas one. I wish my home had been built all electric. Let's stop burning more fossil fuels when other technology is available that makes new construction more affordable, safer, and more sustainable. Thank you.
Next, we have Nadia Abushanab, to be followed here in Santa Barbara by Alex Peugeot.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. My name is Nadia Abushanab. I am the Advocacy Director at SBCAN, the Santa Barbara County Action Network. And I agree with all that has been said about the environmental concerns and the health concerns. And I also urge you to move forward with the staff recommendation of option 4 to prohibit natural gas and new construction to the greatest extent possible. And I just would like to share my perspective as a renter in Santa Barbara in this county. And I am someone who has sensitivities to air pollution and particulates in the air. And so a prohibition like this would be very meaningful, and it would have been meaningful had it been passed years ago. Natural gas in homes, and especially in stoves, is very dangerous, as we've heard, and linked to very many different adverse health effects that are compounded in people that have sensitivities to air pollution. And people who own their own homes and have the funds can elect to replace these appliances themselves and create a safer home for themselves. But renters often don't have that power and don't have the means to do that, and also don't want to strain their relationship with the landlord to ask for these kinds of things that would make their living situation safer and more healthy for them. So if the county, can put this ordinance into place, then that will protect all people who live in future homes in Santa Barbara, whether they own their home or whether they rent. So yeah, I just wanted to share that perspective and really hope that you move forward with recommendation 4 and continue to uphold Santa Barbara County's reputation as a climate leader. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Alex Peugeot, to be followed by Katie Davis.
Good afternoon. I'm Alex Peugeot. I'm a local architect. I've been practicing in Santa Barbara County for over 30 years. The American Institute of Architects and the local construction industry fully supports the option for the electrification ordinance. We spoke on behalf of it when the city has its hearings, and we do the same this afternoon. The industry adapts and evolves. What the industry wants and craves for is certainty and predictability. And a building electrification ordinance does that, but they have to clarify exactly when. It makes options easier for us. I agree with all of the comments made especially by Paul Poirier, about the benefits, the cost benefits, one less utility to worry about, the health benefits. And there are usually in this type of adoptions, there are arguments for and against exemptions, and some are reasonable and some are not. I believe the agriculture exemption seems to be completely broad, and it needs documentation of what exactly needs to be exempt. The city, for instance, I think it exempts the swimming pools or some kind of large-scale facilities. I don't know, I don't remember exactly. Usually small-scale additions and garage conversions to ADUs are usually exempt, but not large-scale renovations. I think the threshold is 75% and so forth. So I think we need to get into the details to make the transition smoother, but it's a great ordinance. I'm glad that the county is moving forward. Thank you.
Katie Davis, to be followed by Jonathan Ullman.
Hello, Katie Davis, chair of the Santa Barbara Ventura Sierra Club. And when my kids were young, they both suffered from childhood asthma. I mean, scary emergency room visit stuff. So I remember that and the panic. So I had no idea I was making the situation worse by burning a cookie on a gas stove. But now it's very clear that studies show that kids that grow up in homes with gas stoves are 40% more likely to suffer from asthma. So it's a significant contributor. So this is a very prudent health and safety move. And also fiscally responsible, because it is, every unbiased study shows it is less expensive to build without gas infrastructure. You're building in two sources of fuel rather than one, and less expensive to live in an all-electric home. That's very consistent. And those studies were done before, when gas was much lower cost, it's gone up in price, and before the federal subsidies bringing down the cost of electric further. So, and Mr. Caldwell is right that the state of California is moving in this direction, and you won't be able to buy a gas furnace or gas heating after 2030. So it's very prudent to start building now, so those homes have the wiring in place, and we don't have to like pull things out and change things. So it's very prudent. I just want to run through. We have done a lot of outreach over the years since this came up in Santa Barbara. There were a lot of articles about it. I sent a organization sign-on letter, so I'll just run through the signatories. We'll see how many I get through before the 3 minutes. So Sierra Club, Community Environmental Council, CFROG, SB CAN, EDC, Natural Resources Defense Council, League of Women Voters Santa Barbara Standing Rock Coalition, the Fund for Santa Barbara, Project Green Home, Acterra, Santa Barbara Audubon Society, Food and Water Watch, Carpentry Valley Association, Goleta Goodland Coalition, Indivisible Santa Barbara, Fearless Grandmothers Society Santa Barbara, Sunrise Movement, Santa Barbara Young Democrats, EcoVista, Clean Coalition, Safe Energy Now, North County, San Ynez Valley Community Action Network, 350 Santa Barbara, Claus, AIA, Peugeot and Associates, Sun Pacific Solar Electric, Brighton Solar, Redwood Energy, Swell Energy, Merito, Santa Barbara Permaculture Network, let's see, Sweetwater Collaborative, Flaxseed Consultants on Affordable Housing Consultant, Cause, Leah Stokes, who's a national expert on electric policies, and other UCSB professors, Climate Reality Santa Barbara, CalPERG Santa Barbara, Central Coast Green Building Coalition, Allen Construction, Citizens Climate Lobby, Telios Builders, Planned Parenthood Action Fund. I may be missing some. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Jonathan Ullman, to be followed by Kaylee Ellis, who is our final speaker in Santa Maria.
Hi. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Jonathan Ullman. I'm the director of the Santa Barbara Ventura chapter of the Sierra Club. So usually I don't lead with climate when I'm talking about something that saves money or something that affects personal health. Because that seems to be, climate seems to be a hard connect for people. But I'm going to do it now because that connection is starting to get closer and closer. Many of you don't know, many of you may know that I'm from Florida, okay? I lived there most of my life, from Miami. I've seen what has happened now from hurricanes. I've seen how the minimal hurricane now is now something that cannot be withstood. And I've also seen that in Miami, in South Florida, Southeast Florida, they are going to spend a lot of money to try to save the land for 7 million people. And I also know that it's under oolitic limestone, which means that it probably isn't going to work. But they're going to try, and they're going to spend a lot of money, and they're going to build walls on your favorite beaches and bays and all of that. They'll divide the bay up into sections to keep the waves back. But this is not just happening in Miami, it's happening all over the world. Sometimes it's sea level rise, sometimes it's fire, drought, whatever. But it's happening. The people in Florida were kind of lucky in that they already have all electric buildings. Almost every home in Florida is electric. That's the way it was built. They just need solar on top of roofs and from Florida Power and Light, which is the utility there. And right now, they don't have any really to speak of, very little, 1% to 2% from the utility, trying to block people from putting solar on their roofs. But here, there's a different idea. And the idea is that we are switching over to electric, powered by batteries and solar and wind, which we have, which they don't have there, and hydro, which they don't have, and all these other things that make life better. We just need to get off of gas, and that is freedom.
Thank you.
And now for our final speaker in Santa Maria, Kaylee Ellis.
Are you able to hear me okay?
We can.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and Board of Supervisors. My name is Kaylee Ellis, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. We agree with and support the Agricultural Advisory Committee's comment letter dated September 29th and share concern with the unintended consequences the proposed building electrification ordinance would have on the local agricultural industry. A few examples of how agricultural operations utilize natural gas in a primary and backup capacity include operating backup generators to maintain coolers, operating water pumps on ranches, some wells, forklifts, and wind machines for frost protection. We are particularly concerned with staff's recommendation to outright ban natural gas for new construction, additions, and alterations, and strongly encourage the board to exempt agriculture from the proposed ordinance. We are further concerned that an outright ban would limit opportunities to develop and implement future advancements in technology such as renewable biogas. We support efforts to continue to voluntarily innovate and incentivize advances in reliable technology to accomplish our mutual goals of efficiency and responsible resource stewardship in a way that does not debilitate agriculture in Santa Barbara County. If the board does move forward, we encourage strong consideration of policy pathways that create incentives and allow for mitigation rather than outright prohibitions of certain technologies. Our farmers are committed to the increasingly challenging task of growing safe, healthy produce to feed families locally and around the world and to remain economically viable in Santa Barbara County. Thank you for your thoughtful considerations of these comments and engagements on this complex issue.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes public comment for this item.
Okay. Was there anything you heard, Ms. Watkins, that you'd like to comment on? Mr. Wong?
I don't think there's anything additional that we would like to add at this time.
Okay. Supervisor Nelson, then Lavanino.
Actually, I think Steve is first.
That's all right. I just had a quick question. So where does our electricity, where does California's electricity come
from? I will pull up a slide, but I will say that I need to make some corrections, so I apologize. So the state of California, as of 2021, had an electric mix that was approximately 33% or 1/3 renewable. I apologize. All the numbers that fall below that are actually incorrect. I missed a line. So biomass and bio-waste is actually 2.3%, and geothermal is the 4.8%, followed by the 1% hydroelectric, and then solar is 14, and wind is 11%. Coal constitutes 3%, and large hydro constitutes roughly 9.2%. Natural gas consists of 37.9%, and nuclear is a little over 9%, and then there's unspecified power, which is just under 7%. The other numbers for Central Coast Community Energy are still correct.
Okay, I see all those. I'm just curious, because if you go to 10 different places online, you can get 10 different, I mean, I'm looking at the California Energy Commission's 2019 report. It says California generates electricity via these sources of power. This one has 43% natural gas. So either we made some huge strides in the last 2 years, or there's some confusion about where it comes from. That's a pretty big difference. You're showing us at 0.2%.
No, I apologize. So I was trying to update the numbers.
Okay,
here,
I'm
so
sorry.
This is
Hugh's shown 37%.
Okay.
So it's a change. But
Okay.
This is actually significant.
A little bit off. Okay. All right, that helps. So then I guess the question is, when I'm looking at the mix, here's my bottom line. Look, 2029, the state of California is going to do this thing, and we're going to be out of it anyway. And honestly, I've been on this board long enough to know we're probably going to build 5 to 10 homes in this county in the next 10 years. So, this isn't going to affect probably hardly anybody anyway. But I just have a problem with mandating it. And I think it makes us feel like I'm just trying to get clear, and I guess this is going to help it get clear, is that we import our electricity, correct? Pretty much. I mean, like, how much do we import in the state of California? We're not self-sufficient.
Yeah, we have a shared grid, so we are importing from other states. It's really dependent on demand, and there's different ways that the CPU categorizes whether it's an import or whether it's in state. It's based on where the first connection point is of a specific electric or natural gas project. So yes, we are importing, but I guess I would argue in some ways, that's a good thing for grid reliability, because it gives us a lot more, ability to bring in other resources.
Totally agree with that. I just think we need to be honest about how it's being generated from ground zero. Like, is it nuclear? Is it coal-fired plant that's generating the electricity? Is it hydroelectric that's generating it? So anyway, I'm glad we got that situated. I have comments, but that was my only question, I think. Just let me check. Oh, the other thing for me is, so the county would not exempt ourselves from this either, would we?
We would not suggest that, and we're actually talking with General Services about adopting a zero net carbon ordinance, so we would include ourselves in this process
So
as well.
housing authority, anybody that's trying to build anything would need to move to this.
They would need to move to this. Obviously, anyone who already had a permit and was entitled would still be able to move forward with their project, if it was in place before a final ordinance is adopted by the board.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. Dr. Heller said that the North County Supervisors might have issues with there's more regulations, and I don't think that is a fair characterization of the position that at least I'm going to take, and I wouldn't think that Steve would either. I think what I struggle with is regulations don't make sense, and this is a regulation that we're looking at, and I think Steve has pointed out that a large portion of our electricity still comes from natural gas. At 7 a.m. this morning, 50% of their statewide grid was natural gas. Meanwhile, only 13% of it was from renewals. DOS has turned me on to this great app called ISO, so thank you. 7 p.m. last night was 51%. And then we're relying heavily on imports, which is often coming from carbon-based sources as well. So, it's one of these things where we're chasing after something here that really isn't truly decarbonizing our community. The other problem that I have with this is that, natural gas creates redundancy. We've been talking about resiliency for a long time on this board. It's resiliency for households. It's also a more affordable source of energy. Many of the households choose natural gas. I actually have a choice between a natural gas and electric dryer. I have a multi-generational household. We have the dryer going on nonstop. Because of the amount of people who live in my house, we are on the top tier of electrical use, so it's more expensive. So we choose as a better source for our family for a lower cost to use the natural gas dryer. Future homeowners in this county, if you look at all the statistics, are going to be millennials and people of color. And what we're doing is making more expensive utilities for those future generations. And that's what I struggle with. The other thing that's not considered here is that everybody I've talked to that is involved in any type of traditional or ethnic cooking will not use electricity. Okay, that's not going to happen. They're going to continue to use gas, so let's probably move it outside without the ventilation that you guys would need. Okay, so this is something that I think is going to impact people of color, poor people disproportionately than other groups of people. And so that's why I struggle with this, because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Again, we've been up on this board for the last couple of years trying to make strides thinking about all people in this county. But then when we look at this regulation, we just want to look at it in a vacuum, where it's just we're going to not have carbon right at that source. Meanwhile, it has other rolling impacts that impact a lot of people. And so it feels like we're heads in the sand here. That's what I think hurts us sometimes is when we push regulations that don't make sense to the public. It ends up hurting our credibility and for people's buy-in to these changes that do need to happen, culturally. And so that's why I'm struggling with it. I'd hope that you guys put an exemptions in there. Cultural should be one of them. I think that I could support, and I'll actually throw something out there because I'm willing to compromise, getting rid of hot water heaters. Obviously, the technology's moved in that way. That's not going to impact anybody's livelihood in their household and their behaviors. Continue to have the natural gas as an option for people, but I would be happy to move against that immediately. I understand that that's an antiquated technology for the most part, and so that's where I land.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I want to address a couple things. I think the question is not, and I guess I disagree with the idea that this is a disagreement about whether or not natural gas is a bridge fuel. Natural gas, it's a fact, is a bridge fuel. It's a big portion of why the California grid is cleaner than the rest of the country, is that we have had natural gas and and been able to get off coal quicker, and we've been able to ramp up renewables significantly. I think the question at hand is whether you need a whole nother separate natural gas distribution network throughout municipal areas to serve essentially a secondary power network. And I think there's a debate to be had. The reason why maybe 6 years ago I was like lukewarm about this stuff, and now I feel like we really need to take action, is because the more time and the more research that goes on, the more we realize how much is leaking from this stuff. These networks are not well maintained, and as George alluded to earlier, unburned methane has in a 20-year time horizon, 80 times higher per molecule impact than CO2 does. So it can be a significant contributor towards global warming. So, the other issue is I think there's something that's tremendously shifted in cost, and I want to kind of get my head around that Because some people are like, oh, but natural gas is cheaper. And people are like, well, if you're doing a new construction, you can save money. Why is it that you save money in new construction by not having natural gas and having a fully electric home? Is it essentially the heat pump technology because you use power to do the heat, but my understanding in the heat pump technology, it enables you to cool for less power than you would be with an air conditioner. Am I a traditional air conditioner?
So
Am I
there's a
getting this
couple
right?
things. There's a couple things. If we're talking about new construction, you're not having to lay the infrastructure for, to serve the natural gas equipment in the home. So that's saving you money from the beginning. And then as you move towards, electrification of a home, there's policy in place both for residential and commercial buildings that you have to have a certain percent of solar on your home and business. And now they're moving towards requiring some level of battery storage as well. And so you're going to be able to generate your energy via solar, and that mitigates your monthly, yearly cost of energy. So you're saving at the beginning in terms of the infrastructure and the cost required there, and then you're also saving during your usage of the home because you have solar on the home that's going to offset the electricity use from the all-electric home. Did you want to add anything?
And maybe the other question I would have is, volatility of natural gas prices versus volatility of electrical prices. My understanding is volatility of natural gas prices in the last couple of years has been pretty significant. Whereas because you have a mixed sourcing in energy, it's been a roller coaster in energy, but it's not been felt by consumers to the same degree. Is that true?
Natural gas prices are pretty volatile, especially with the war in Ukraine and other shortages that are happening around the world. So yeah, as we're tied to the global energy market, natural gas prices are pretty volatile. The electric rates are less volatile because they're regulated by the Public Utilities Commission, but they are still increasing. There is a proceeding that the Public Utilities Commission has open on affordability and how to address the rising costs of electricity. And the County of Santa Barbara is a member to an organization called the Local Government Sustainable Energy Coalition. So we're trying to represent local governments and communities who not only want to have policies to reduce carbon emissions, but also want to address the affordability challenges that their communities have to bear.
And I can just tell you from my perspective in serving on the risk committee of 3CE, the stuff that seems at this point most scary is the of natural gas prices. So, I mean, I think that to me, this isn't about opposition to using natural gas as part of the transition to renewables on the grid. It's the inefficiency of having a separate distribution system that is, dirtier than what we have on the grid. The grid is very clean. We have one of the cleanest grids in the United States, and it's going to get cleaner precisely because of the policies that the county and the state are pursuing. And electrification would make those policies more robust because it's an important part of making the grid work is load shifting away from peak power. That's 4 to 9 p.m., which electrification helps enable.
Supervisor Hart.
Well, for me, this issue is really simple. I hope that global warming and climate change is a settled scientific fact that we're all relating to. The state is moving forward with these policies, as others have said, by 2029, this is moot. So the only real question is, does it help us to help our constituents to accelerate that? And I think it does, because the math is simple. If you don't have to build 2 power systems in your house, it's cheaper. And as others have said, there is definitely a difference in price in the volume of electricity versus natural gas, but the electrical appliances are more efficient. And so you ultimately use less energy. I think that's a fact. Maybe there's a difference, appliance to appliance, but overall, particularly as the standards are increasing for energy efficiency on all appliances, electrical is winning. So to me, delivering that benefit to our constituents sooner and contributing to the effort that is critical to protect our planet is imperative. And that's why I'm supporting this today. I think there's a discussion that can go on in the future about the precise exemptions that would be allowed. City of Santa Barbara's approach has the support of the local Realtors Association. And I do think there's a lot of confusion from some of the commenters about what this is exactly about. But I think what we're simply saying today is, which of these strategies should we be using today to advance this this effort? And staff, I think, has made a very compelling case that we should be using the public health and safety standard. And this is a momentous day. I appreciate everybody coming to talk to us about it.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I want to speak to that 2029, goal that's out there. We just had a goal about closing Diablo Canyon, right? So we set these goals at the state level that we're going to, in the future, change some type of behavior because we know that in the long run that's a good idea. But we run up against those goals and we realize that there might be other problems that take place. And this is one of them. I also think is just not well thought through. I think that if it really was cheaper, just because all we're talking about is just some couple of gas lines, we already have that infrastructure in place. Actually having more users actually helps reduce cost. I think, like this recent, I guess, executive order from the governor on the end of diesel, right? Which is, sends shudders through the community. That's the end of agriculture in California. There's no electrical, technology that can do agriculture the way that we do in California. And so there's these aspirational things. So, many of these things that CARB had put out, engines, were standards that weren't even created yet, and they had to actually go and create that standard. And I understand where being a leader helps move the conversation, but here at the county level, where the rubber meets the road, it's a practical application for our constituents. And that's why, for me and my constituents, having this redundancy for resiliency, for quality of life, for affordability is really important. And I really think this is a bad move for our county. I think it sends the wrong message to a lot of our residents. And again, that's why at this point, I can't support it. Again, I think if we could find something that was more measured, I just only ask that we include as many exemptions as possible. ADUs is something, I just wanted to add something to that as well. We're encouraging ADUs. ADUs typically only use the same meter as the main house, so that the electrical load that you do puts you on the tier 3. I actually have a legal second unit on my meter as well. And so that becomes more expensive electricity to be able to provide more housing. And so that might be something you want to consider if there's already infrastructure there for natural gas to continue that for the ADU as that part of the conversation. Again, I do think commercial, agricultural, and cultural exemptions should be a part of any kind of ordinance that comes out of this county if we go in this route.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, you haven't got your say yet, but I kind of figure I know where you're at anyway. But I asked questions before, but for me, it was real interesting because we have a new energy boogeyman, and it is now natural gas. It was oil, so now oil got kind of tossed off, and now we're on to natural gas. So, but the whole talk about when we were in oil was, we have natural gas, we have nuclear, we have this other mix, it's better. So now we've kind of moved off of oil, now we're on natural gas, and we're on nuclear. Now we're like, we got to get rid of natural gas, we got to close down Diablo, we got to get rid of nuclear. while the whole time our energy demands continue to get higher. So while I support this move to the new green economy and doing everything we possibly can to be more efficient and to make changes where we can, I also get to the point where I feel like at some point, I mean, I can't believe after hearing some of these things that I lived 50 years in a gas-powered home, and maybe that's the reason why I am like I am. I don't know. That could provide a lot of answers, but at some point you got to have grown-ups decide for themselves. And you know, I'm not one to mandate. I don't like you know, bans and mandates and those sorts of things. I think the market will play out where it is. If you make things affordable enough and educate people enough about the environment, that they'll make the decisions that they need to make. Making them for them isn't what I'm here for. So I'm not going to be able to support this. By the way, there are enough natural gas reserves for the next 50 years. So it is plentiful, it's cheap, and I do understand it has environmental concerns. But, you know, we're a country that continues to massively consume energy. And as long as we continue to do that, we're going to have the ability to access energy. So I'm not going to be able to support this.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I was going to just say that I understand that this is you know, I guess I agree philosophically that regulating a mandate is sort of the least preferable way to do it. It is too bad that it is not within, for various strange reasons in the state of California, one being the threshold necessary to pass a tax. It is not really viable to do it. What is probably the best free market way to control this kind of stuff, which is a carbon tax, you know, but this is the tool that local government has at its disposal. It's a land use tool. We are a land use agency, and I think it's appropriate for the County of Santa Barbara to do its part to reduce the catastrophic effects of climate change. And this is one of the most significant ways we can do that. It adds to and magnifies and helps our strategy of on the energy side, precisely because it will, as you say, it gets more possible when there's more use. And so by shifting this energy demand over to the electricity system, we ensure the economies of scale, and we ensure the path on sustainability of the electrical system. And so I think it's a tremendously important move for us to make. So we should join our compatriots in the city of Santa Barbara by going towards option 4. So I would make the motion.
Maybe I could.
Yeah, go for it.
Speak.
That's why I was pointing at you.
Thank you. Well, we have all kinds of mandates in our building codes, whether it has to do with plumbing or roofing or electrical. I mean, it is full of all kinds of standards. And now this is another standard. 6 years ago, I built a second unit on my property. I wish this had existed. I think I have the dual, so I had to spend more. There was a gas leak that somebody didn't smell. Women tend to have better smell for gas than men. I learned from the gas man who came to fix it. But that's a danger. In my area, it's propane, and that tank is sitting there, and we're in a very high fire area, and so it could explode. So the problem was, because it's not in the building code, the general contractors and the builders, they aren't familiar with this kind of technology, and they don't really recommend it. So this is partly a matter of getting it out there with people who are actually building these homes. And so my question is is twofold. I think the cultural issue about cooking is an important one, and I think how we're going to educate people, contractors, general contractors, and builders about this is really key. So could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think we do realize that this particular action is not going to, be the only thing that we can do to reduce emissions. We get there's not a ton of housing being built here, but it is a market signal, and it sends a message to people working in this industry that there's some change coming, and that they need to be prepared for it. And so there are a lot of resources to help architects, building professionals, designers, contractors get up to speed on these types of technologies. The Tri-County Regional Energy Network, our building performance training program, that is a huge piece of what we're doing to provide education to contractors. And most of those trainings are free. Central Coast Community Energy also, with their rebates and incentives, the Green Building Council, there's a ton of resources out there in terms of education. And then, Garrett, would you like to talk a little bit more about some of the outreach that we're planning to do as part of this?
Currently scheduled for the policy development process, we're planning to hold at least 3 advisory committee meetings and then 2 public workshops. And then we're planning to present at as many Chamber of Commerce meetings as possible to make sure that we're capturing the business community's interests. And then we also have the Equity Advisory and Outreach Committee through the Santa Barbara County Regional Climate Collaborative. And so I think we'll hopefully cover a lot of the different perspectives that people might have on the subject as we're developing this policy.
And then, if I'm correct, you'll come back with a suggestion about exemptions based on this outreach?
Yes, we'll come back. Just a question on the cultural aspect of it, because I'm trying to wrap my head around that as well. I mean, there's could be outreach to the community, various communities, but I don't know how you exempt just based on cultural, but we'll have to.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you would exempt.
Yeah.
I'm just, I mean, there are alternatives and they're very good. But like, we do things the way we've done them, and it's hard for builders, for chefs, for at-home cooks. And so that's the piece that I'm not hearing as much as I'd like to.
I think you remember I was here a few months ago with our DIY toolkits, and I gave Supervisor
Yes.
Williams an induction cooktop. I don't know how that's been going, if you've cooked anything on that. But those are the types of outreach that we're planning to do to, more of our homeowners, apartment dwellers, those types of community members. So promoting it through usage so they can see and feel and touch and understand some of these different technologies.
And I'm jumping back. Were general contractors in the list that you had of for your outreach?
Yes, definitely. All types of contractor licenses are targeted by the trainings that the Tri-County Regional Energy Network is putting on.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
I'll move that we direct staff to pursue option 4.
Supervisor Hard?
Second.
Any more discussion? Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I was just kind of curious on, staff's gonna go back and work on an ordinance. So, I thought part of the concept was giving you guys some guidance on exemptions that the board wanted to see. So I'm kind of curious, because that kind of dictates how I'm going to vote against this, but how I advocate moving forward between now and when an ordinance is adopted.
Well, I think that part of the strategy was to do the outreach on about what kind of exemptions are legitimate. Like, I totally get how there are some uses. So most uses, the electrification is more efficient. There are probably some uses, perhaps like agricultural refrigeration, pools, other things where it's not too true or it's a wash. And if there's applications where it's not far more efficient to be electrified, then we shouldn't electrify that.
And I guess this is a question that I should have asked earlier, and I apologize for bringing it up now. So a lot of agricultural operations don't need a building permit. So would this even pertain to most agricultural operations? I mean, so things like, there's a lot of rolling stock, mobile units, and that's one of the reasons why agriculture can't be electrified in a practical way, because it's far afield and it's often moving. So, I mean, I guess this wouldn't apply to most agricultural uses as it is. I mean, they'd still be able to use propane for different uses that's necessary, that would not be prohibited in this type of ordinance.
So
right?
this is structures, as
Right,
I
that's-
understand it.
yeah,
Is
so
that
I was-
what you're
so I
talking
was
about?
Yes, so we're,
Yeah, this question has come up when we've talked with ag as well. And so Garrett kind of was throwing back and forth the term habitable building, and that it's something that has to come through the building permit process. So if it doesn't go through that process, we wouldn't be trying to dictate what the use is. And, if it's something like a structure that, say, is just providing some sort of cover or shade, that it probably wouldn't fall under this as well, because it wouldn't be considered habitable. It's not where there's people working or living.
and then there's also remote structures, right? So that often can only be served by propane. Is that often something occurs as well that we can't get electricity to? I mean, we just had a conversation about the aged infrastructure in Carpinteria. That's something that is a concern to, that we can't actually get the utilities to plug in on some of our buildings. So, again, I would think that we should just do whatever we can to make sure that we're easing the constraints on businesses and in general, and agriculture specifically.
Yes, we totally understand that there's some areas, specifically in North County, that isn't served by PG&E and that they need to use other types of fuel like propane. I think if the board did have specific exemptions that they felt strongly about now, we would definitely welcome hearing those. Otherwise, we can come back at a future date with.
Yeah, I think it's a longer discussion. I think we would like to see staff lay out an analysis that we could react to. So that would be my preference as chair. So we have a motion by Supervisor Williams, a second by Supervisor Hart, and I don't see any other lights. Okay, so Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I just wanted to get a little bit of clarification. For A, that was option 4, and then also B, that was the CEQA determination.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Supervisor Lavanino?
No.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Hart?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
Chair Hartman?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you. So departmental item number 3, our last item on today's agenda. Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding California's Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal CalAIM initiative.
Thank you, and Ms. Nisich, are you going to lead us off?
I am, thank you. We're just going to pull the PowerPoint up real quick.
And as you're doing that, I would like to extend a welcome to Marina Owens, here's CEO of CenCal. I serve on that board on behalf of this board, and we're so glad that you're here in person with us today.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Today we're before you to discuss CalAIM and provide you with a little bit of an overview and update of our efforts regarding California's healthcare reform effort for Medi-Cal overall. I'm Terry Nisich, Assistant County Executive Officer, and I'm joined by Lindsay Walter, our Principal Management Analyst over all things Health and Human Services, and coordinating our county-wide departmental efforts regarding CalAIM. She's been working tremendously over the last several months with all of our departments, ensuring that they're all up to date and moving forward, and you're going to see some of those timelines and efforts as we move through move through our presentation today. And as mentioned, we're also joined by Marina Owen, the Chief Executive Officer of SunCal Health. Your Health and Human Services Department heads are also here today to answer any in-depth questions, and we have staff from SunCal that may be a bit familiar to all. So as we move through our roadmap for today, let's go to the next slide. We're going to start with an overview of CalAIM and some of the goals. We're going to discuss a little bit about Medi-Cal, what it is and what it is not, and some of the services that are provided via Medi-Cal, because that is often confusing to a number of folks. Again, we'll discuss some of the goals, the intention of CalAIM, our planning efforts, our initiatives, our readiness assessment, and then we'll hear from Marina Owen, who will discuss SunCal's effort, their planning and their readiness. And then because this is a 5-year effort to transform Medi-Cal, we'll talk about next steps as we move through the system. So what is CalAIM? The governor refers to it as a once-in-a-lifetime effort to transform Medi-Cal. It is innovating, it is a framework that encompasses a broad-based service delivery system, and it seeks to establish payment reform across a number of the Medi-Cal programs and services. The mission is to transform Medi-Cal, and it requires the investment and sustained commitment of a network of health partners, including the managed care plan, the county, other service providers, and community-based organizations. It's creating a better Medi-Cal system for over 13 million Californians, and more specifically to Santa Barbara County, over 160,000 folks from Santa Barbara County are currently enrolled in Medi-Cal. So a significant number of our residents will be impacted by this transformation. The goal is to offer more equitable, coordinated, and person-centered care. Before we go into the nitty-gritty of what this is, I wanted to give a couple scenarios to really understand where we are currently with Medi-Cal and the vision of CalAIM. So let's take Jessica, Max, and Ari. They live in Santa Barbara County. Jessica is a mom. She's pregnant and experiencing high blood pressure. Max, the father, suffers from diabetes and he has heart problems. He's hoping to improve his health in time for the new baby's arrival. Ari, the son, has been recently diagnosed with asthma. His parents are concerned that old carpets in the house may be causing his asthmatic flare-ups. In the current Medi-Cal program, Jessica may not be aware of how to navigate a complex system and how to address her specialty needs. She's referred to a specialist, but needs to make a number of calls to get it in. She has an extended wait. Max isn't quite sure where to go to address his nutrition needs. And Ari's experiences with asthma flare-ups and his Medi-Cal issues are becoming more severe. If CalAIM is successful, a no wrong door approach would be in place, meaning wherever the individual accesses the health system, whether it's through one of our county service centers or any CBO, a whole person or comprehensive needs assessment would occur, and Jessica would be assigned a case manager via the managed care plan who is connecting her with the specialist she needs. She no longer needs to seek out services for individual providers and make many phone calls. Max is linked to nutrition services and has now covered medically suitable meals to meet his needs. Ari will receive an at-home environmental evaluation where he'll be offered air purifiers, dehumidifiers, and possibly new carpets to address his asthmatic needs. Again, a whole person approach to an individual and family care facilitated by a case manager, structured through the managed care plan, would be provided. The goal is to assess and deliver comprehensive services before issues become increasingly complex, harmful, and costly by wrapping services around early, and is often and spearheaded by the case manager to address things through our managed care plans. I have another scenario of a homeless individual. I'm not going to go through all of them today, but the key is that it is the county working in conjunction with the managed care plan where we're going to work to ensure that we have a streamlined capacity to provide enhanced service delivery. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lindsay, and she's going to walk through various aspects of CalAIM.
CalAIM is a very new and complex topic, and I think it's actually pretty exciting. It's a vision that many of us may have had over our lifetimes. And today we wanted to start really as a primer and introducing CalAIM, but we have to kind of start at the building blocks. So the Board of Supervisors in our community have Medi-Cal. We offer Medi-Cal through what is called California's Medicaid program, and it's a public health insurance program that provides healthcare coverage for low-income individuals and families who meet eligibility criteria. Medi-Cal is definitely not the same thing as Medicare, which covers those who are over 65 or with disabilities. It often can be confused too with the commercial or individual health insurance. So if you hear of California, that is necessary. It's a health insurance plan outside of the Medi-Cal plan. Under this umbrella, you're going to see the color blue was an expansion as a result of the Affordable Care Act, which came into place in 2014. Medi-Cal right now is for certain eligible populations based on income criteria. And in 2014, the Affordable Care Act had a significant expansion. We have single adults who became eligible. And in the upcoming years, CalAIM will introduce additional eligible populations to be served, but also expand the types of services which will be covered for those enrollees. Here are some stats. In January 2020, CalAIM served 13.16 million individuals within California. As a result of COVID-19, enrollment increased, and we anticipate that by the end of this year, we're going to have 15 million people enrolled in the state. Almost 1/3 of California's population, or about half of the children in the state, are served through Medi-Cal. The total anticipated cost was in 2019, $150 billion, with about 70% coming from the federal government with federal funds. And so the state matches a lot of that and draws down the federal funding as a form of leverage. In this year's state budget, $2.8 billion has been designated for CalAIM initiatives, with the intent that in the upcoming years, more will be added. In July of 2022, Santa Barbara had 167,000 recipients who were enrolled, with almost 80,000 of our families. Today, Medi-Cal provides a core set of health benefits. These include preventative care, behavioral health, ambulatory care, emergency services, wellness services, dental and vision, family planning, maternity care, long-term care, and prescription drugs. Then here comes to the confusing part. How are Medi-Cal services delivered? Well, there's a bunch of blocks per se and a bunch of divisions. And so CalAIM is going to try to reduce this, but in explaining what is happening today, what we can see is that Medi-Cal services are delivered in a quite complex way. The California State Department of Healthcare Services contracts with the managed care plans, which are known as MCPs, and in Santa Barbara, there's one managed care plan, which is CenCal Health, who covers Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. That's the purple area. Services provided through the managed care plan include the preventative wellness services, medical, surgical, pediatric, maternity care, county services, emergency services, not county, hospital services, moderate behavioral health, and prescription drugs. The managed care plan then establishes their own network of providers and pay them directly with varying payment models. In Santa Barbara, the County Department of Public Health is a contracted provider within the managed care plan, so they go through CenCal. Then on the blue side, there's Medi-Cal fee-for-services, which are essentially those things that the Department of Healthcare Services contracts for directly or offers themselves. You'll see that this includes specialty mental health services, substance use disorder treatment, dental services, long-term services, services and supports, and California's children's services. Then in the light blue, you can't see it right here, but this is the mental health and substance use carve-outs. And so in Santa Barbara, the County Department of Behavioral Wellness technically offers two contracts known as the Mental Health Plan and the Substance Use Organized Delivery System Plan. They are contracted directly with Department of Healthcare Services, and the board oversees those plans through the Department of Behavioral Wellness. What happens then is behavioral wellness establishes their own network of providers through what we know as community-based organizations, our contractors, and they also directly are a provider themselves. So we operate the psychiatric health facility as an example of those services within the mental health plan. This is today. So the big picture of CalAIM is to it's a 5-year project, so we're not in a rush, we have some time, but it's a big picture vision for a long-term commitment to transform and strengthen Medi-Cal. We want to make the program more equitable, coordinated, and person-centered to help people maximize their health and life trajectory. The 3 goals of CalAIM are to implement a whole person approach and address the social drivers of health, improve quality outcomes, reduce health disparities, and drive delivery transformation, and create a consistent, efficient, and seamless Medi-Cal program. DHCS has received federal authority necessary to implement its ambitious proposal. During the COVID pandemic, this was delayed a little while, and so on January 1st of 2022, technically the CalAIM project launched when California received federal approval through the waiver. It launched, and this is the first iteration of the federal required post-award form. So what I like to think of, it's a proof of concept. And so as we'll go in stages, the federal government will help the state in overseeing those projects that it's outlined to make sure that they're meeting all the expectations that they have in order to draw the federal dollars, which are then matched with the state dollars, which then come through the counties. They also have to make sure that the federal authority is trying to align the Medi-Cal managed care, the specialty mental health, the substance use disorder, and the dental program. This beautiful picture is a visualization of California's overall population health management and an integral tool to help us as we build our CalAIM plan within the county. You'll see at the center is the enrollee, so it's the person that's getting services. Unlike today, that enrollee might call a bunch of different places and go to a bunch of providers, and there's a bunch of doors that they have to enter. The goal of CalAIM is to wrap those doors, or per se, the puzzle around the person. So our long-term support services, our physical health care, our behavioral health care, our developmental and intellectual disability services, our social drivers of health, and our oral care, health care will hopefully be designed around the person. So when the person comes in our door, we're screening them in, we're not screening them out. We're trying to assess those things that is going on within the individual and helping them to connect to the services they need. Of really great importance for us at the county is that bottom layer. So we have individuals who are suffering from serious mental illness and substance use disorders. We have those who are medically complex. We have people who are justice involved. We have people experiencing the homelessness or housing instability. We have foster youth, and we have people at risk of institutionalization. For those in this room, that's the safety net population, and those are the ones we currently serve within the county. A lot of our resource and focus is on that population, and CalAIM is really designed and supporting the efforts to improve healthcare for those below. And by healthcare, we do mean an expansion of what we know as healthcare. And so you'll see the enhanced care management and the community supports. So enhanced care management is more care coordination, and community supports are about 14 different options of things we would think today is what the county may be doing in grant programs. So housing supports, sobering centers, those are going to be optional services that Marina will explain are part of the community support options within Santa Barbara County and will become part of the Medi-Cal plan. The key components of CalAIM are to develop a statewide population health management strategy. So that was the big visualization. We want to implement a new statewide enhanced care management benefits, with Marina will explain. We want to implement non-Medi-Cal community supports. Those are the 15 opt-in services. We're hoping that we can use incentive payments to drive some of those plans and that infrastructure so that the state is really taking an investment in time to have grant opportunities where we can participate as a county and as a managed care plan to draw down those dollars to build some of that infrastructure, whether it be the IT or the facilities that we need. The state is hoping to pursue participation in the serious mental illness and serious emotionally disturbance demonstration opportunity. For in this room, that's the IMD waiver. So you think about running the psychiatric health facility, 16 beds, economies of scale, doesn't really make too much sense. And so if we can receive federal approval to get rid of the IMD exception so that we can start to receive reimbursement for facilities that are larger than that, we might across the state be able to build a system of care that is appropriate to the needs of our residents. We also are looking to integrate behavioral health and streamline administration, including our drug Medi-Cal organized delivery system and our mental health plan. What this means is that those two plans that Department of Behavior Wellness operates essentially, hopefully, will become one with one administrative process so that they don't have to operate two separate plans. Justice involved improved access and requirement of screening and enrollment for Medi-Cal prior to release from county jail. There are actually changes in the penal code which are going to require that there is mandatory enrollment into Medi-Cal 90 days pre-release from our institutions. And so probation and the Sheriff's Department and social services are all starting to meet to figure out how we're going to do that. Luckily in our county, we do this. We try to enroll, but we don't have standard mechanisms that are meeting all the expectations of the state. And so it's going to be trying to figure out what infrastructure and probably IT needs we have. We also are going to look at piloting full integration of physical, behavioral, and oral health under one contracted entity. That is a long-term vision of DHCS. And so California is going to be trying this most likely with one county at least by the end of the 5-year period. But what it does is it kind of sets the expectation that perhaps all of these plans will be under one entity in the future. And developing a long-term plan for improving health outcomes for foster care youth. The biggest impact probably for us operationally within the county are going to be the behavioral health policy reforms. And so we really want to try to simplify who can get care. And those who work within behavioral health within the county mental health plan know that the criteria, the documentation, the billing is all quite complex and difficult. And so the state is trying to streamline our medical necessity criteria. So what that means is really trying to include how and when we serve people based on what their medical criteria are, trying to allow services before diagnosis is determined, caring for people with co-occurring mental health and substance use disorder issues, and really this no wrong door approach of welcoming people in, screening and assessing, and helping people get to where they need to go. We also know that improving the experience and workforce retention is going to be critical. And so the state will be and has started simplifying the documentation standards of our providers. We'll have standardized entry points into care for mental health and managed care. So think of a screening tool that isn't different in all the systems, but one screening tool for mental health issues across all the providers in the healthcare system. Standardizing our transitions between the mental health plan and the managed care plan. So really working on our partnerships with those transition tools so that we don't end up getting stuck or people who try to access care aren't getting linked to the appropriate resources that they need. We want to try to also improve coordination and communication between the counties and the Medi-Cal system, so the managed care plan. We are going to be updating the drug Medi-Cal organized delivery system from a pilot to a standard of care. In Santa Barbara, we've been quite successful with our organized delivery system. We were one of the first counties to opt in, and it's been so successful that the feds have received approval to make that a standard now. And so you're going to see this across the state with counties operating ODS, and it's not an option, it's something that will just be done. And also for us is shifting recruitment practices, so really focusing on fraud, waste, and abuse and reducing some of those complex audit risks and audit processes, and in general, payment reform for behavioral health. We also are trying to figure out how do we start and how do we implement. So we've been hard at work developing our action plans, but we really wanted to take some time to recognize the Board of Supervisors because in fall of 2021, we received adoption and support of the Health and Human Services Recovery Plan. We started with funding for our high utilizers and coordinating a no wrong door technology and services. And by this, it's how do we share, how do we identify those people who are touching our systems, and how do we wrap our services around them through a technological standpoint, so data sharing, but also from our program standpoint so that our departments coordinate together. Creating a community well-being dashboard so that we can communicate our outcomes, we can communicate to the public how we're doing, what we're doing. And a community engagement strategy which included use of promotores, which now are going to become a covered benefit within the managed care plan. We're trying to leverage and establish strong partnerships. We have regular meetings with SunCal, our departments are meeting and trying to communicate and educate as much as we can within our community and our community-based organizations. We're really working on joint local advocacy with DHCS. DHCS isn't necessarily the expert of everything happening within our local regions. And so having some joint local advocacy and support on things that we think are critical and important for our local area is crucial. Also, data sharing and reporting mechanisms. So really working within the healthcare network to establish those data systems that can talk to each other. And by network, I mean what's going on at Cottage, what's going on at Marion, how is CenCal setting up the IT system so that we really can share information about an individual. HIPAA and the PII, which is public information sharing, can be difficult at a federal level. And so this is a little unknown how the state's going to work within those federal guidelines and federal sharing rules, but also develop systems that can do it. And we're seeking to collectively leverage as much federal and state funding as possible. If you were to take a 30,000 foot view and look down on this, you're trying to understand what are those impacts to our system. And so the CEO's office is helping with coordination. Our health and human service departments are going to have impacts on their facilities, their data systems, the way in which they deliver behavioral health service, the way in which we deliver housing and homeless services, our children's behavioral health initiatives, our community care management, our community supports, our eligibility and our enrollment, and our foster care services, and then the payment structure and reimbursement of those. General services and IT are our backbone. They're helping us with our facilities and our data systems. Probation and sheriff are at the table to really focus on how we do the pre-release for Medi-Cal enrollment and how we do a warm handoff to services for behavioral health. So when someone's discharged, they're going to have an appointment with behavioral health and hopefully some of the other community services so that we don't have a recidivism or a cycling wheel back into the jail, into our homeless system, that we offer services and can hopefully link people to housing. CenCal Health, who's here, has a majority of the CalAIM operations, financing, and will act as the lead administrator. The hospitals are going to be impacted with service delivery and reimbursement. The public hospital financing systems are going to be impacted. Our community clinics are going to be impacted through their service delivery and their reimbursement, and our housing providers the same. This is an example of our key initiatives for our county departments. I'd like to highlight right now, behavioral wellness is hard at work at their quality improvement plans. So they've received funding from the state and approval to move forward on a lot of these initiatives, and the state has supported them through essentially seed money to start. Public health is hard at work at establishing their contract with CenCal Health to become an enhanced care management provider, which you'll hear about today. Community Services has been working with the COC and developing an investment plan for the Housing and Homeless Incentive Program, which Marina will discuss. Probation, Sheriff, and Social Services have been going through process mapping to understand what the enrollment process could look like. There are a lot of opportunities for us at the county for CalAIM. It's going to build upon our HHS recovery plan, the no wrong door for clients to really enhance what we do today, our common enrollment for members, and aligning our clinical assessments and our treatment tools between all the providers with the healthcare system, so public health, behavioral health, all the contract providers. It transitions to an outcome-based service by eliminating ineffective models. So those cost reports, those fragmented, uncovered expenditures we might do through grants that don't really make sense and aren't systematic, and a lot of new service benefits. And so today you might think of the Sobering Center as a successful program. Well, it's been so successful that California is going to hopefully make it a standard of service within the Medi-Cal program, so we wouldn't have to fund it through grant funds. And whole person care by full integration of physical health, behavioral health, and oral services under one contracted entity as the long-term vision again. But I have to be a little remiss that there are some risks. CalAIM is not without its risks, and critical to this are the funding. With rate setting for the new behavioral health and organized delivery system payment structure, there is a chance that our rates would be too low to not cover our costs, that if we're measured by outcomes and we're paid by outcomes, we have to then deliver on that. And so that is a critical risk for the county. It's also a critical risk as we share and work with our CenCal partner to making sure the rates that they pay our contract providers and thus us are sufficient. There is a possible shifting of services, and I don't mean community services, sorry for the typo, George was probably having a conniption. It's community supports, and those are things like housing services. And so for us, a lot of that is limited grant funds, and those services will be shifted to CenCal Health and contracted through them. And we know that the impact of COVID-19 is still very unknown. They anticipate that about 2 years after a pandemic or a recession, you start to see the true impacts. And so the economic factors within California really are in those initial phases and how that might impact CalAIM. The healthcare infrastructure readiness for systems reform is going to be really critical. And by that, I mean the whole system. So not just the county's healthcare infrastructure, but SunCal's and all the providers. We know that our workforce resources are pretty restrained. Our county staff, our providers, our partners are tired, but we also don't have enough of them. And so those workforce pipelines, those educational tools, but also focusing on how we equitably pay and fund all of our programs through the healthcare system. We're going to have new county obligations and expectations, data sharing, and modernized electronic systems, SunCal's health preparedness, and also they're going to become really essentially, they're going to have a competition for current services that perhaps the county provides now and or contracts for. There is a possible restructuring of service delivery mechanism in our departments. There's going to be a huge lift for the managed care plan and the subcontracted entities, which includes public health, to become accredited by 2025. And with all this, there's a lot of preliminary ideas and unknowns. And so the timelines change, DHS releases new guidelines, and so we have to be somewhat nimble and aware that that is somewhat risky. This is just a snapshot of where we are today. And organizationally, we have taken the approach from the Board of Supervisors through the ACO of HHS to develop a structure in which we can deliver CalAIM and partner with SunCal Health. And so here is Marina to go into their role.
Before you leave risks, can I just ask, overall, does it simplify billing or make it more complex? That's a big issue for us.
I'll take it. Yeah, Tony, it's supposedly going to be simplified. Yeah.
Chair, members of the board, ideally it's simplified. One of the things you heard Lindsay mention is the cost reporting, which is very complex. And then on the mental health side, it should simplify overall the types of information that is required for the overall billing. And then of course, if all of the services are linked in the way that's envisioned via CalAIM, it would make the entire reporting around the entire system easier. So I think the most straightforward answer is that yes, it should in fact be simplified.
I'm Chair Hartman and Supervisors. I'm really pleased to be here. Thank you for the warm welcome. My name is Marina Owen, CEO of CalAIM Health, and pleased to be discussing our partnership between the Medi-Cal Managed Care Plan and the county. And so I wanted to start with recognition that the county has been so focused on readiness really all year. And so the collaborative meetings between CenCal and the CEO's office and the department heads within health, whether that's social services, whether that's Be Well, whether that's public health, have been really robust and helpful. And so beginning this talk about transformation, what you heard Lindsay describe was a really significant change effort with many partners. And so it's helpful for us at CenCal to ground ourselves in the realization that about 40 years ago, your board and this community initiated one of the most significant changes in Medi-Cal service delivery by initiating a county organized health system. And so this really innovation is sort of who we are. It's sort of established in our community. And so as we go about this work, not only is much of it mandated and the timelines mandated, but it's also sort of the right thing to do. So I just highlight the connection between the CalAIM program and the goals that were described and our values, whether they're compassionate service or collaboration, integrity, or improvement. And so that's the way we will go about our work in the next 4 to 5 years. And sort of our vision is around making sure our communities, thrive. And what the big concept that the CalAIM challenges us to do is consider the social drivers of health. And so I also have the pleasure of serving on the Communify board with Supervisor Nelson. And both the Community Action Commission and Head Start programs, for example, and the Medicaid program were were both initiated through Lyndon Johnson's sort of war on poverty. And so the big vision there is really about reducing the adverse effects of poverty in our community. And so by the numbers, CinCal at this point serves over 210,000 members, and that's in 2 counties. So about 10 years ago became a regional health plan with our partnership with San Luis Obispo, which makes us stronger. There's about 20,000 seniors that also qualify for Medi-Cal, of which over 8,000 are those that also live with disabilities and require more services and supports. We also operate the Whole Child Model Program, which has been our longstanding partnership with California Children's Services. So our role and reach has expanded over the years, and so at this juncture, we serve 1 in 4 residents of Santa Barbara County. And you'll note here, as far as the membership profile, 59% of our members speak English, 40% Spanish, and you can see the male and female breakdown, almost 50-50. On the right, you see sort of a map of California, and so a county organized health system is a type of Medi-Cal managed care plan. It provides a single option for the patients that are on Medi-Cal. However, the obligation, given that we're the only plan, is to provide a wide reach and breadth of services that are available and providers that are available to see our patients. And so when we consider the environmental factors, this big transformational initiative is not absent its context. And so COVID-19 has reshaped our workforce, as we know, our community health environment. Your public health clinics both supported a pandemic response and continued to provide preventive care to those members that needed our support the most vulnerable. And our communities in San Luis Obispo, our county partners, didn't have 2 jobs the way that your public health department did. And so hats off to the work there. It puts us in a very good position to move forward with changes and innovations. So not only is there the CalAIM initiatives, but the other context is that the Department of Healthcare Services is also requesting and requiring more of Medi-Cal managed care plans. And so over the last 5 to 6 years, the advocates across California have looked at the healthcare delivery and seen gaps in opportunities. And so much of that is now inscribed in sort of regulation that applies to us in the next few years. And then, of course, we have enrollment and market considerations, including paying attention to revenue in the future. So those are just the environmental context factors. So our board of directors, Chair Hartman is a member, also Mr. Nielsen, your Director of Social Services and interim public health, are both members of our board and staunch advocates for the work that we do. So our board has spent some time considering how we make CalAIM work for us in the community. And so you'll see here on screen just a few priorities we'll be working on in the coming years. Firstly, focusing on cultivating community partnerships and strengthening the health system. Secondly, advancing quality and health equity for all through exceeding quality standards and expectations. And the idea here is that if a patient has a CinCal health card, they should receive no less than a patient who receives a Blue Cross or Blue Shield, has a Blue Cross or Blue Shield card, that we really care about access to care for those who need us the most. And then we heard from the CalAIM perspective, the state's looking for us to expand our role and reach. You know, wrong or right, good or bad, the state is seeing the Medi-Cal managed care plan as a key lever in addressing those social drivers of health. And then like the county, you'll see on the bottom, we've spent the last year organizing for impact and effectiveness. So a lot of work has to go on inside the organization. We have to change sort of from the inside to support changes in our community. And so we've spent some time on the CalAIM initiatives. I would highlight here that many of them focus on supporting housing and homelessness. So 2 that we developed this year are enhanced care management and community supports and incentives. So a little about those programs. Lindsay highlighted that they provide a whole person approach, and Terry described 2 examples of real patient stories where individuals would be helped by a collaborative and interdisciplinary approach with the care manager assigned. And so that's a really significant change to the Medi-Cal program, which is historically not valued or compensated for case management adequately. So community supports, whereas ECM, we're calling it, is a new benefit within the Medi-Cal program. Community supports are optional and elective for health plans to add. And the idea behind them is they're essentially in lieu of services. They provide some flexibility for the health plan to address social drivers. And California has offered 14, which is more than any other state. And because of this sort of promising initiative, the Department of Healthcare Services was awarded this year, 2022, sort of innovation award for promising initiatives. So a few specific examples. So we began offering medically tailored meals and medically supportive food in July. And the research around this is that it significantly supports the reductions in unnecessary readmissions. And so within the first 3 days of someone being home, if they don't have 2 things, their medications, and they don't have the type of food that they need, they typically will cycle back to the emergency room and or the hospital. The second specific example is we began offering recuperative care. Now there's established programs on all 3 hospitals in our community. However, what's nice about what the state's doing now is they're providing funding for it, so local funding does not need to be devoted. You'll see a timeline here, and the point is just to say that the state recognizes how big this program is, that they're phasing in populations of focus, they call them. And so we begin with those experiencing homelessness, high utilizer adults, and those with severe mental illness. This is why the partnership with Be Well and the collaborative meetings have been so valuable. Next are those that are experiencing incarceration or transitioning from incarceration, or those nursing home residents either transitioning to the community or at risk for institutionalization. And then lastly is all other children and youth. And so next year, mid-year, we'll be focusing on children too. So in January, what lies ahead? So the most immediate next step is that CenCal will begin offering a few housing-related support services and sobering centers. And we're certainly not housing experts at a health plan. And so that work is in collaboration with the continuum of care partners. But the reason we began offering these, or at least have received approval from the state to offer these services, is because it's what we heard was most needed. So the state has also invested in significant incentives, and we'll talk a little bit about 2 or 3 programs that I think are relevant. The first is the Housing and Homelessness Incentive Program. And these are incentive investments, one time only, for a 2-year period to support and address homelessness and support keeping people housed. So this is just one of the many puzzle pieces that will support reducing homelessness. The next slide highlights where this funding comes from. So similar to the county, who received and invested ARPA funding well, this is the state's federal match for their state ARPA funding that's provided to the health plans. This was voluntary. Our board made the wise choice to sort of support such an initiative, and we just submitted the local investment plan to the state. The second incentive program, and I believe the last that I'll highlight, is a much more flexible program that offers startup funding for those providers who are offering this kind of navigation that we discussed, ECM and community supports. And so this is also 2 years. If we move to the next slide, we'll see what the funds can be used for. And it's everything from infrastructure support, staffing, operations, training. Your public health clinics are in the process of becoming ECM and community supports providers, and so this funding would be available through this program. What we've heard from our clinic partners and those shelters that are part of this framework is that all say they need support for staffing costs. Most also need support for technology investments and ongoing operations, and about a third say that they could not operate these enhanced services without this incentive funding. And so I would just highlight that it's very rare that we do see both a new benefit and startup funding to support it. CINCAL's going about sort of a process to make sure that we allocate this funding appropriately. We first are assessing for community needs, which is complete. Now in the process of designing that program, we'll implement and monitor and be transparent about how we go about that. So lastly, to conclude, I wanted to just highlight the sort of quantity of initiatives we're talking about in this 5-year initiative. So you'll see 5 that are state-led, 12 that are county-led, and then 35 that are led by the health plan, and that's not a typo. We will likely sleep in the next few years, but pretty significant there. And we're certainly considering the challenge and opportunity of CalAIM, and we also see this sort of gap between where we are now and where we'd like to be is very motivating as well. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to our county partners to talk about what success looks like.
And so when we think about vision, we want to think about what would success actually look like after 5 years. Perhaps some of these are in the longer term, maybe 10 years. But from a patient perspective, we hope that there's a sustainable and reliable network of services around them. We do hope to see a reduction in EDs, emergency department visits, a reduction in inpatient hospitalization and readmissions. Hopefully we can help develop and continue to make a safe and stable housing continuum and overall reduce costs in that area. Hopefully we'll have easier access to healthcare services and an array of community coordinated and effective community services. We'll have enhanced patient satisfaction so that when those people take those surveys, they aren't confused by the doors. There are no doors anymore. They can say, yeah, I got great service, I got connected, and I'm happy, and I'm better, or I'm getting better. And a transformed philosophy on client service and business, so really taking that whole person care approach, but having business in mind, and improved health outcomes and well-being overall for our community. And so today our next steps are to request that the Board of Supervisors receive and file a report on CalAIM from the CEO's office and CenCal Health, provide direction as appropriate, and determine that the activity is not a project subject to CEQA. We'll be continuing on our ongoing collaboration, and we hope to continue to progress and recognize those accomplishments and those things that we do over the 5-year period. And I do hope that we can see that success that we envision. And that's it.
Thank you. You've described a revolution in care for our residents. Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, just thank you for this comprehensive presentation. There's a lot here, and I'm trying to wrap my head around it. So why don't we, if you wouldn't mind going back to the map that shows the state of California, I just want to kind of understand how this is all divided up. There we go, yeah. So what do all those colors mean?
Yes, that's a good question. And so all of those colors represent different types of Medi-Cal managed care plans. And so what you see in that yellow color there, which represents us, is a county organized health system. And so that is a county-connected organization where one plan serves the residents. What you see in the blue there, which is mostly of the Central Valley, is a 2-plan county. So those counties have both a local initiative like CenCal and a commercial health plan that operate side by side. And you'll see those are
And
in
those
some of the
commercial
larger.
health care plans would also be Medi-Cal providers.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. And so a provider like Cottage would need to determine whether someone with Medi-Cal had the commercial health plan or the local initiative. And then for those where you see The light blue regional, that is where there's very few residents in those communities in comparison to other areas of the state, and one commercial plan covers the entire region, so Anthem. And then where you see Imperial, San Diego, you see that color of that county, that is where many, up to 6 health plans operate. And the state has just gone through a procurement process where they have selected only 2. And so the state's looking to reduce and simplify the number of health plans over time. And so us being a single plan in a regional approach makes a lot of sense.
So that it would be oversimplifying it to say the original system was county-based because there have always been these private sector providers that were operating in parallel with counties. And so this is an attempt, this isn't even an attempt to change. This is recognizing what exists today and applying the CalAIM framework to those geographic areas as they exist now. Okay.
Correct.
Well, that's a good place to start. I'll let other people ask questions, and then we'll come back.
I didn't even know that was California, so you're ahead of me. No, I'm just,
Any other questions? It is a great deal, and I really appreciate Terry's opening to kind of give us a sense of what it would mean to a real family. And as I understand it, it's really whole person care and looking at social determinants of health. And I think we've known for a long time that that we're going to have to integrate Be Well and public health, but the social determinants of health, and that CenCal is going to play a bigger role. But I was just looking it up. I mean, anywhere from 60 to 80% of a person's health issues depend on social factors. So if we're focused just on the clinical, we're not really going to see the kinds of gains we want in people's health. So it's mind-boggling, but I have a lot of confidence that we're working it through very systematically. Terry?
And Madam Chair, that's so true. I mean, when we talk about the assessments and the example that I gave, and that individual reaching out to the mother and the father and really understanding what their environmental factors are, what their living conditions are, what's really needed to paint an overall picture of health for them that probably aren't as readily seen because those types of assessments don't occur necessarily. That's really what it gets to, what is truly needed by an individual to move them through the continuum. The example that I didn't give, and both Marina and Lindsay focused on, is the changes that will likely occur with our homeless populations, and with the sobering centers now potentially being covered, with respite care now being covered, with so many of the services. We are very hopeful where we are always working to string together grants. You always hear us saying, let's braid that money. Ideally, this will help us relieve that dependency on grants and have a more managed coverage system so that we can then link those services together over a longer period. So that's another large component of this system that we're very much looking forward to as part of the homeless services system delivery.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I wanted to piggyback actually on what Terry said, because this became real to me when I was involved with the Lompoc Triage Center after they did the riverbed cleanup a few years back. Trying to get all the different providers together, even in a group of that we're all on the same page, but to try to still get us all to deal with a client was problematic. There's HIPAA, there's all these other pieces of it that it didn't quite fit, and it always begs the question, that there should be a better way. So I'm optimistic about CalAIM, really bringing that together in our partnership with CalHealth. I mean, I like the term coordinated case management. And I really think that that's going to be a big part of delivering services to those in need in our county through our social safety net. So also just thinking structurally for our county governance, right? Actually really kind of having a true health and human services group. For so long, the task has been so big for each one of these organizations. It's like, it's not fair to have it all under one roof, but to really now bring this all together with a single funding strategy, I think is going to be really helpful to the organization as a whole. So I'm excited, looking forward to the next few years. Thank you.
Is the caseworker going to be a new profession. I mean, it sounds like there's a very critical role for someone who can really weave together.
I think it would be really rewarding for profession. I think we see LCSWs, we see RNs going into this type of field. We also see community health workers, although not the primary in the ECM team, really augmenting the team. So community health workers, our promotorists are going to take a much larger role.
Supervisor Hart?
So what are the things that worry you? This so fundamentally changes the approach that it's great and it's aspirational and it really answers a lot of the questions of the existing model. But is it resources to fulfill these goals? Is it providers, or do we have enough providers to actually serve these people? Is it what are the things that keep you up at night as we go through this transition?
Chair Hartman, Supervisor Hart, I'll start and maybe Marina can jump in on her concerns. And we've discussed it a lot. I think it's, you've mentioned two of them. One is the availability of the workers. This is a more robust service demanding more intensive care and attention and the ability to circulate through the system and immediately get that care. There needs to be people there to receive them. And we've talked a lot about regionalized workforce, incentivizing trainings, bringing together people so that we're looking across the whole system, across all of our workers, not just the county, not just the CBOs, and looking at really how we regionalize that and make sure that we're maximizing the workforce and that training occurs broadly. We're talking about a lot of those types of things, so there's a sharing. The other thing is really, as Lindsay also indicated, we have work to do on our systems to integrate our technology. And that is often an expensive proposition. That's why we specifically mentioned as part of our ARPA plan the need to start that now. And the board allocated that $800,000, and we are working with our departments to begin that process of identifying all of our high utilizers and pull that thread through our data so that we can look across our folks. Those are the two biggest, I would say, just from an effort. Those would be the primary challenges.
Chair.
Yes, CEO Misato.
Can you go back, Lindsay, to your slide on risks? Because I'm always the half glass full person. That's why I have my job. So I do want to emphasize, because Lindsay did talk about this, but I want to just hit it point blank, that these are the risks to us. And so as we go through the budget or your operational plans for your departments, we're going to keep talking about this. And the risks are the rate setting for our new behavioral health plan. And so we have our behavioral health Be Well director here who's nodding her. Yeah, so that's going to be a risk to us, making sure that our payment structures are going to be matching the funding, shifting services, like we said. Jess and Terry talked about the economic factors, but also as we go through the next year or so, as CalAIM progresses, you will be hearing us talk about changes that we need to make as an organization. Terry talked about it, a data sharing, modernized electronic technology. This just doesn't happen by us talking about it or by the CEO's office talking about it or coordinating. It's going to happen in the departments and trying to get the resources available and the structures available so they can do that. Everyone wants to do it. It's not like we didn't think about this years before. It's been just an obstacle to do it, and so this is our time that we have to do it now. And so you're going to be hearing a bigger push about all these things that we know we've needed to do, but now we really need to get them done. And it's a good thing because of CalAIM, but it does mean some restructuring of service delivery in our departments.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, so that kind of, the number one on there is rate setting. So that comes from CenCal Health, right? But I mean, it's limited resources at the state that come down to CenCal Health and they get rolled down into the county. Help me with that a little bit.
We had a slide that Lindsay presented that showed what the Medi-Cal managed care plan covers and what the state works directly with your counties to fund. And so specialty mental health is on that state side. And so what CenCal provides is mild to moderate services for those who may have anxiety or other types of conditions that could benefit from counseling or psychology. And Be Well provides that higher level care. And that's reimbursed through the state.
Director Navarro, did you
Hi.
want to
Yeah,
add
good
something?
afternoon. Yes, good afternoon, Chair and Board. So the rate setting is actually being set by the Department of Healthcare Services for the county behavioral health plans. And they were scheduled to come out this week and unfortunately have been postponed another 4 to 5 weeks. Hopefully they'll be ready. We anticipate they will be ready in time for us to be budgeting with our CBOs. But the rate setting will be different in that it will be specific to the roles and responsibilities in the behavioral health plan. So there will be rates for licensed therapists, there will be rates for peer support specialists, there will be rates for psychiatrists, et cetera. It's different now. We have the same rate for all mental health service. It's not across provider. So we do anticipate that there will be some change. The state is projecting that there will be some incentives to behavioral health and that those will not cause disruption in our budgets and in our staffing infrastructure, but we cannot be sure because it is also going to be, they're looking at the state as a whole, as well as looking at counties that are similar in population. So when you're looking at medium-sized counties, there's rates that we have historically had different because of the cost of living and other things that related specific to your county and your cost reporting. So that they're not going to be necessarily the same rates maybe that Santa Barbara has now. They may not be as high or as low as some other counties, and there's going to be a middle ground. So that is the risk.
If I might, Director Navarro, could you speak to the third bullet under the healthcare infrastructure readiness, where CenCal Health preparedness and competition for current services provided by the
Yes.
county?
Yes.
So I think that might be where we're looking at what does that mean for us?
Yes, so I think that when we're looking at the infrastructure, so I can use currently the enhanced care management benefit is an example of this already. So the enhanced care management benefit that some of the CBOs have already established contracts with CenCal and are starting to provide. On the county side, enhanced care management is part and parcel of our full service partnership and ACT programs. It's already a requirement of what we do in those programs. And what is happening with enhanced care management in the contracting is that it prohibits reimbursement for services that are already being provided by county behavioral health. So for clients that were already providing enhanced care management, which is the majority of the services we're providing here in Santa Barbara County, there will not be an enhanced care management extra contract and benefit. So we are currently in the process of figuring out, along with CenCal, who might be a population that we're not yet serving enhanced care management to, and what might that be. Unfortunately, the rate structure is significantly different, and for us would be much less than the cost to provide the service. So that is a challenge. What we also find then is this development of the care coordination planning that rests squarely with the managed care plan, CenCal. Those are caseworkers that we employ in BeWell, but now there will be job opportunities for them in CenCal. And so how we navigate those together as partners is going to be a significant risk as well as opportunity, but definitely a risk.
And Chair Hartman, just as a preview of coming attractions, for next week, we'll be before you with our KPMG report on behavior wellness. And one of the key items that you'll see in that report is utilization management, which is really code for efficient delivery of services and how we maximize that efficiency in service delivery and really refine the way we do work and the way we estimate our costs. So that will also be feeding into this. So as part of that report, you're going to see a lot about CalAIM readiness. And so that will tie into a lot of what you heard today.
Supervisor Hart.
Does the state set all the rates for all the services, or does CenCal have a role in setting rates as well?
The state provides the funding and the framework and has, in some cases, constructed a program, for example, we heard from BeWell. We wish it was a little bit different. And so while there's opportunities, there's some constraints that we're working with. But I want to highlight and echo the real challenge of the workforce because that exists. Every county on that map is developing CalAIM initiatives. And so what our conversations have been thus far is thinking longer term about workforce investments, just how we become and retain our status of being a very competitive and very desirable place to work. And if we can recruit more globally as a region and compete against other regions, whether we have social workers or physicians moving amongst the healthcare system, we retain folks in that delivery system, whether they're at Cottage or whether they're at the county or what have you. So we may have to think about that longer term in a different way, but the challenges exist and those risks are real.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no more lights, Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on this matter?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to receive and file.
A through C.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Second.
all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So we are adjourned to Tuesday, October 11th in Santa Maria.